Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is when you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up. You witnessing a champ in the making, fueled by your passion for greatness. Yeah, but adversity and bad situations meet us in the middle of the paths that we taking. But it's what you do after that makes men. Will you quit or will you stand up and face it? Tell me, do you have what it takes to swing back when this life asks for the fade? Can you tell me you'll adapt to the change when the punch lands and it puts you flat on your face? After you wake, will you stand up and say, get mad, hit back, lit match to the flames? Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is when you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up. take you back. Spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. Belly of the beast. There were days where I barely had sleep, but I had to work more than competition. I can't live like the opposition. Living everything I dreamed of, doing everything you think of. The way I work, I'm on the brink of doing everything you dreamed of. Only aim for perfection, ain't no half stepping. I'm about to take you back, spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. In the city, plenty havoc causing. Do or die, it's either all or nothing. Best believe I'm leaving out with something. Anytime I got the crowd jumping, throwing ribs, you know they fist pumping. I'm the king of dysfunction. What would you do if you had my life? Word like me, had them stripes. Would you go hard just to have that ice? Lot of dudes Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is when you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up. You witnessing a champ in the making, fueled by your passion for greatness. Yeah, but adversity and bad situations meet us in the middle of the paths that we taking. But it's what you do after that makes men. Will you quit or will you stand up and face it? Tell me, do you have what it takes to swing back when this life asks for the fade? Can you tell me you'll adapt to the change when the punch lands and it puts you flat on your face? After you wake, will you stand up and say, get mad, hit back, lit match to the flames? Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is when you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you.
رابل مخطوط العراق موجود معانا ليخلص مدفع التواجد الايسبورت تكسر الوضع تاع اوبا حاليا على خرج لوحده بالصراط هذا الليد لم يكن في مكان مناسب. سكتر يا سكتر يا سكتر يا سكتر.
Welcome everyone here to the finals. It's me, Highland Wolf, and we are ready for 3 days of action here at the PMPL Arabia to see who will be crowned our champion for the season overall. But if you want to check in and give your own thoughts and your willpower to the teams, well, let us know on social media using the hashtag PMPL Arabia, of course, on YouTube, Facebook, and TikTok. All the three. Again, hashtag PMPL Arabia to make sure you keep that team motivated that you want to. But also, you know what else these teams need to motivated with? Well, what better than the official energy drink partner, the Monster Energy Drink, our official energy drinks partner for the PMPL Arabia. But it's not just the beast of Monster we have here for the finals. We are going to unleash our own beast here on the caster desk with none other than Imperium. Welcome back for the finals, Imperium. What a joy to have you.
It is good to be here. I've also shirted up and tied up just to make sure I can match your class for day one of the finals. I'm excited. We've had a good week and a half break since the end of the kind of league portion of the stage, and this is where it really counts. We've got all teams reset on 0. It's kind of starting from square one, 18 games. Who is going to come out on top? It's a question I'm so looking forward to answering.
Look, it's a big mountain over these teams to climb for the next 3 days here, Imperium. And what better way than, of course, to really check out our calendar for the tournament too and get an idea, because, of course, we are only on Thursday. We still got Thursday, Friday, and Saturday here, Imperium, to go between the 21st and 23rd of this month, of course. And these teams, they've had a long way to get here.
Yeah. Big journey, 3+ weeks. Well, 3 weeks of action, specifically 15 days of games across the league stage, across the super weekends. But now we have our top 16 teams across the super weekend portion solidified, and they are in their finals. They booked their spot. Like I said, now the real work begins, because you got the 3 days of finals, and not only do you have a bit of prize money on the line, which we'll get into, you also have the qualifying spots for the Middle East and Africa regional finals that the teams will want to think about. I don't know how many teams exactly it is at the moment, but it's something that will be on all of these teams' minds.
Yeah, we're certainly speculating. I believe last season it was 10, so it's not an official number, but we can speculate that it could be about that number here once again, Imperium. But as we check out that prize money, of course, for what these teams are also earning when it comes to the dosh. And of course, a lot of these teams have confirmed already $2,500. But now we're in the finals. You can see on your right hand of your side is $10,000 for that first place finish. Second, they're getting $6,500. Third, $5,000 down to $4,000, all the way to $1,000 at the bottom, Imperium.
It's certainly a motivation that will be on the backs of the minds, at least going from day to day of these teams, right? You have a massive drop of 10,000 to 5,000 between first and third. That's like cut in half just on 2 placements. And then even if you go all the way down to the bottom, you go from 16th to 15th. That's an extra $250. 15th to 14th, an extra $250. There's always something for these teams to play for, whether it's the regional final spots, whether it's that all-elusive prize money.
Yeah, well, how do we get that prize money, Imperium? Well, they get it by the points, of course. It's the same format that we're all accustomed to. But if you are new to PUBG World, well, it's 15 points for a chicken dinner and a win in a game, going down 12 to 10 to 8 for those placement points. But the most important part of it is the elimination points, Imperium, where one elimination will score you 1 point per.
Indeed, indeed. Yes, we will have these teams that, to begin with, might be playing a little bit more cautiously in terms of going for those late game positions, those late game points. But when it's all said and done, I would arguably say that the majority of the points that will really help keep you within the top 3, top 4 will be those elimination points. Because not only throughout that individual game does it afford you more control, if you get a squad, right, that's the same amount of points as 6th place, so you've done a lot of work along that. So points really do count, and I'm going to be looking forward to seeing how they're distributed throughout the games.
Well, speaking of points in these teams, Imperium, I think it's important to get straight into it and say that clearly the most points that we saw in the Super Weekend so far in the tournament, if you have missed it, was from GEEKAY. Now, Imperium, this team feels a little bit like R8 when they came in through the league stage.
That is certainly true. It's interesting because you mentioned that on the pre-broadcast when we were talking about it, and it's a really valid point to make. However, if we compare to, all right, in that spring split, where were they in the finals? They crumbled. So I do worry a little bit about GEEKAY. Yes, okay, that third Super Weekend, they weren't really on fire at all. They only got a minimal amount of points compared to the second and first Super Weekend. But I actually look at that as kind of a good thing, because I would argue they were testing new things. They were trying different strategies, different rotations, different play styles, and plus kind of taking a bit of the shine away from them, right? Because they'd done so much in that second Super Weekend that they kind of went into that third week with a target on their back. So taking that away from them and putting it on a couple of other teams could be pretty good for them heading into the finals today and across the remaining 2 days.
Yeah, that second week, they scored over 200 points, Imperium. But also when you look at the second place finisher and defending champion of the PMPL Arabia Crown, that is NIGMA Galaxy too, Imperium.
Not worried too much about them, right? Trusting the process across the board. Never mind the fact that we have 6 games today and 2 of them are Sanhok, and we know what kind of strategies NIGMA pull out in Sanhok. We'll get into the schedule, of course, later on. But again, this is a team that have proven themselves. You're right that they are defending champions, and I would definitely put a bit of a point out that this split, the teams are tougher. The competition is higher, and you will get punished more heavily. And I would like to think that NIGMA have felt that. Will that mean that they're coming into these finals more prepared compared to last season, more respectable of what the teams around them could do? Yes, they should be, because they're professionals. They know what to do. They've been tested so many times before, and this will be another test that they just have to simply walk their way through. And can they defend their crown in a big way?
Yeah, and I think also these 2 teams as well are joined, as you said, by so many of these other teams coming in to the tournament. And we look at these other squads, Imperium, such as Major Pride, alongside GEEKAY jumping in.
Yeah.
Also, we have the likes of the only one stepping up when it comes to those teams who joined in last season, now performing even better this season too.
Definitely, and even Triple Esports, right? They scraped by in last split with in last season's spring split by just one super weekend. This time they qualified into 2, as far as I know. Yes, it was. It was actually 3 super weekends. My apologies. And yeah, that means that they clearly have improved between the spring split and the fall split. You also need to consider that the super weekends involved 45 games, and it can be quite tough to really kind of calculate or speculate where the teams are going to finish. But if we look at the average points per game, believe it or not, SKYROCKET, who only played 2 super weekends, but it's still a valid point to put up, are actually in second place for the super weekends with an average of 10 points per game. Yes, they played 15 games less, but it is still something to think about. They could be looking like a skyrocket up into the sky in these finals.
And especially when we look at all of these teams here, Imperium, of course, jumping into those finals. A quick to note that Vista Gaming and 90th Minute aren't playing in the finals. They are actually going to be Twisted Minds, as well as 4K or for Kurdistan will instead be taking their place, who did qualify through. But as we kind of take, as you said, a holistic view of these teams, Imperium, I think that it is important to note these teams who are performing better when it comes to those individual games, such as SKYROCKET, because when we look at the finals, it is only 18 games. It's not a long haul like we've had for the last 3 weeks, Imperium.
Exactly. It's more of a sprint rather than a marathon at this stage. You got to be impactful right from the start. You have 18 games only. I would argue a maximum of 1/3 of those games can be poor. And when I say poor, between 1 and 4 points secured across those 6 games, every single one of those games outside that need to be around kind of 10 to 12 points per game, because then that offsets the poor results. Because fundamentally, when the competition is higher, it's a lot harder to be consistent. Volatility is a little bit more extreme, and that's where we're going to see the teams tested in a big way. One team that I don't know why, it's hard to massively put my whole finger on it, but POWR Esports, man. I'm looking at this team and I'm going, they're going to shine in the finals. I can feel it. It's something in my bones, something tingling all up in my insides. If I was going to hedge a bet per se on a team, even though I very, very rarely do this, it would be on POWR Esports being the surprise of the finals.
But I get a bit nervous when we start to cast the Corey's teams out, Imperium, but POWR certainly have been another one of those newer teams that have been consistently inside of that top half of the leaderboard. They have showed up through so far the first 3 weeks. Is now, can they show up through these final 3 days? Because it is that reset in the entire leaderboard and everyone's starting from zero once again. So you have to prove himself all a second time. And when we talk to some of these other teams too, such as also R8, who we mentioned flopped last time, at least this time I'm feeling a little bit more optimistic when we kind of spoke to Ida and a few of the other players, Imperium. So I'm hoping that they will be able to show up a bit more when we look at our, of course, 6 maps that we've got today and see if they can perform, because it is a nature that in the finals, Imperium, no longer very much Erangel focused, but now it's going to be a very even split. 2 maps each per day.
Yeah, 2 Erangel, 2 Sanhok, 2 Miramar. I mentioned it about NIGMA Galaxy. It's going to create an even playing field across the board. And we again talked about it before the start of the broadcast. I'm looking for these teams to be jack of all trades, master of none. Yes, CONQUEROR could technically benefit from the fact that there's 2 Miramars in the 6 games, because they are notably stronger, Miramar, compared to the 2 other maps, but that's still only going to get them so far, right? They need to pick up the pace on the likes of Erangel, especially. They need to find their footing, find their form on Sanhok in the right way, and if they can balance that out, we could see CONQUEROR make a big surprise stranglehold in these finals.
And it's interesting you mentioned Sanhok actually as well, Imperium, because I got to actually speak to YALLA as well, and it was YALLA who said that Sanhok is their favorite map that they're looking forward to, and that they are very comfortable now with all of these 3 maps, but Sanhok's still remaining their favorite.
Yeah, and it's interesting because at the start of the PMPL, they had that battle with GEEKAY, in the 2 super weekends, or even the 2 weeks where we had Sanhok playing on the league stage as well. And I would argue, for the most part, without getting statistical information, YALLA did come out on top of most of the boot camp battles with themselves and GEEKAY. But we did see a change from GEEKAY in the 3rd super weekend, where they did go to that kind of rad split drop around runes. And what's great for them is that rad didn't make it into the PMPL finals. So that means that area is free for them to loot up and to rotate from. The issue that I found, and it was only 3 Sanhok games, is that they kind of struggled with their rotation through that rune split area. So I'm hoping that they've done a relevant amount of VOD review, done a relevant amount of preparation, so they are coming into these finals with a more confident pathing line into those Sanhok circles that in their own right can be very tricky, Alan.
Yeah, I mean, Sanhok especially, that all changed, I think, on that singular game that we had, GEEKAY YALLA. They didn't fight for about 15 minutes, and then, lo and behold, came along rad. But not only rad, still another team in these finals was FALCONS Imperium, who also obliterated GEEKAY from that northern side, and that's what really changed GEEKAY's path to drop elsewhere.
Yeah, exactly. And I always say it's absolutely no problem for you to give up your drop spot if the long-term benefit is that you're able to survive longer in the game, be more successful. And from a mentality standpoint, you're not going out as early, right? So you're able to survive, play longer, feel the momentum longer, within reason, use your energy in the right way, because it can be taxing on teams when you have those games where you go out early, whether it's on a hot drop, whether it's being caught out. So yeah, I'm glad GEEKAY did change up that drop spot in Sanhok.
Yeah, as well as we check out, of course, one of our other sponsors here, which were the official Iraq football team, Imperium, of course. And, well, amazing. To show the respect to the Iraqi people, this is the first time that we collaborate with the Iraq football team. And you can get in-game items using the H5 event, which has launched just recently. So don't forget to follow the community tournament of the Iraq football theme from the 19th to the 25th of July. And, of course, check them out on the PUBG mobile social media.
It's great that they're partnering with the Iraqi football team. At the end of the day, football in its own right as a traditional sport is the most popular sport in the world. So connecting with that fan base of the Iraqi football fan base is not only a sign of how much the PUBG mobile scene has grown within the Middle East and Arabic region, but again, just in general, it's a great to see the two worlds collide of a traditional sport and what is the most successful and most growing mobile esports title in PUBG Mobile. So great partnership being pulled through, and yeah, the future is bright for PUBG Mobile esports.
Look, I could talk about the future all day of the esports and the rise of that versus football as well, Imperium. But we got to head back to the teams, and I think as well that another couple of these teams who we can't forget still are very veteran to the finals, and I think have been slightly forgotten about, that being RTG Imperium, because they have slipped a little bit.
They had, but I'm okay with where they stand, and again, it was an adjusted roster between the spring split and the fall split, so it would have taken them a bit more time. And their most successful super weekend was the 3rd super weekend. Was that partly because the top teams around them didn't really need to get as many points, didn't really need to do as much? Possibly. But it remains to be seen if they're able to stand up with the big teams, if they're able to stand up with their own 2 feet as you get into this first game.
Yeah, of course, going to be I would argue, plain path for the first game. However, it is going to slow down the rotations for those who want to go towards the George Pole, towards that north side too. But I think Imperium, for those on the south side, for those more like OOREDOO Thunders or the likes of even teams replacing out of 90th to drop down into Novka, an interesting idea with this first game.
It's good for Major Pride. They're going to go towards that Novo area. That should mean that Arid have a little bit more information around the fact that George Paul as a whole is generally quite free. It's still going to be tricky for Arid to get to some relevant vehicles in between the Pachinki School and Yasnaya areas. I would imagine they'll drop around between Yasnaya and School and pick up some vehicles and make their way across the bridge and go to George Paul as a whole. CONQUEROR have an easy drop to their ferry pier split. Phase 1 pops up, and it is quite comfortably in the center of the map, not really too far up north. You have, a lot of areas to control, and this is the best start in terms of phase one that these teams could have asked for.
And especially considering that these teams coming into the first game, Imperium maybe don't want that chaotic zone to start off with. They've had the week to plan, keep in mind, and they've had a lot of strategy time to develop and perfect those new strategies coming into the finals. I'm curious to see if we will see any changes. So already we can see one being that of SKYROCKET versus Major Pride, very head-to-head here on this more western or easterly side, should I say, South Island part.
Both teams had the same idea, dropping Novo and not thinking that the other one would pull it through. Major Pride, it seems, did drop a little bit more cohesively. Milky Way is further on his own, but because the rest of the team have dropped similarly together, they're more cohesively going to be able to pick up whatever guns and utility they can get and go closer to SKYROCKET players. Salam, you can see looking out the window, will be able to get some forward information. And SKYROCKET's in their own right, they dropped somewhat together.
Yeah, no worries. Is also SKYROCKET here on the south side. As we jump a little bit back, of course, towards us, we are having a few technical issues if you are, of course, new to just joining into the stream. But Imperium will get them sorted fast for you guys at home, and it gives us a little bit more time to talk about these teams. So is I think also the likes of SKYROCKET obviously changing their strategies. It's important to know, are we expecting maybe some of these other teams, Imperium, to change their strategies also? And maybe who are we looking at?
And definitely, all of these teams within reason will have a different strategy between the PMPL league stage and the finals. That's a matter of fact, because it's a different kettle of fish, because across the league stage, you have 3 different super weekends in which you could be going up against 15 different other teams, or at least kind of 4 of those teams being different. Yeah. So you've got to adjust to rotations, you've got to adjust to the pathlines, you got to adjust to drop sorts. Whereas in the finals, where not only the big points count for those regional final spots, but it is where you want to shine the most. Yes, GEEKAY can be massively proud of the fact that they won the league stage, but if they don't win the finals, it's going to be overshadowed by the team that has won it. So definitely different strategies are going to be executed. Luckily, we do have the map feed on our side, so we're at least able to highlight and talk about anything that has or hasn't happened, or is or isn't happening. And again, because of the phase one circle being so centralized, we are seeing a massive calm in the early parts of the stage. YALLA have dropped around the Severny area. They did have to pick up a couple of vehicles in between Kameshki and Lipovka. They did get close to RTG, but RTG are playing their own game. They were avoiding each other. All good in the hood.
Look, I think also when it comes to some of these teams stepping up, as you said, particularly those who can be overtaken on the top of those super weekend standings, I'm more drawing to these dark horses. Now, you've already mentioned POWR, but I also think that there's some of these other aggressive teams, such as Twisted Minds, who didn't perform as well, right? But
really?
We know that Twisted Minds, based on the past Imperium, have been very aggressive team, and especially on Miramar too. You remember coming in season 2, season 3, they stepped it up when it came to Miramar and the aggression.
Bold to call them an underdog. I'm not trying to disregard their ability, of course, but I certainly wouldn't class them as an underdog, because I don't think that they've performed strongly enough in in any kind of consistent way to call themselves an underdog. One team that I do regard as an underdog is OOREDOO Thunders. They are a massive underdog because I think they have a lot of sparkle, a lot of raw talent, and that they've proven themselves to clutch up some great moments. However, they've faltered at times. Where have they learned from those mistakes? How quickly have they learned from those mistakes? If they have, I look at them as being a top 3 team. OOREDOO Thunders could massively put a lot of thunder throughout this lobby and shine a bit of lightning across the way.
Yeah, we sort of mentioned as well, lower down on that leaderboard, Falcons for a brief moment. In Imperium, I think them at the bottom of the standings does not do Falcons justice, because when we look at their other super weekends that they had in their week 2 super weekend they had Imperium, Falcons were very strong in their own right, and they did step it up after missing out on that first week. However, I think they still got a lot more to do this season, as you mentioned. Also, there have been these newer teams that just feel a little bit better than the veteranship of Falcons.
You're not wrong, but if you want to kind of take an example of the spring split once again, which within reason is kind of all we can kind of take, because it is a pretty solid direct comparison. They're a team that don't perform in the league stage, or didn't in the spring split. They finished 8th, but where did they finish in the finals of the spring split? I believe it was 2nd place or top 4. I forget exactly off the top of my head. My point is, they will perform when it's needed, when it counts, right? And I look at this as being their kind of platform to perform in the strongest way. Once again, the game is continuing on. We are just suffering from a couple of technical difficulties in terms of the feeds. We'll try and get it back up on your screens as quickly as possible.
Look, while we check out those technical difficulties, those Imperium, we will head to a short break where we will try to fix them all, and we'll be back with you shortly. Welcome back, everyone. We are straight in on to the first game of Erangel once more, and all the tech checks are fixed, Imperium, and we're ready for the finals action.
Even phase 2 was relatively calm as a rotation. It just shifted a tiny bit up towards the northwest, but otherwise still heavily centralized. Triple Esports getting somewhat caught out in between the school of Pachinki areas. Clever tried to go forward towards the Headshot Hills location. That was definitely a mistake in my eyes from Triple.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. I think also when you look towards NASR here, down in these kind of midst of all of these other teams, so very, very aggressive position so far in towards this school. I'm interested, and I like the split that they've got though going on. This kind of front side with a 3 on the back is going to keep an eye, as we mentioned, on these kind of southern rotating teams coming from that South Island too. So the likes of Twisted Minds and also OOREDOO Thunders now stepping out from that bridge side, going to be coming into the midst of this very central phase 1 zone. And also important to note that I think Imperium 2, if this is also very different to other regions where a lot of these teams, if you are just joining in and wondering why they are also central, this is very common for the Arabian region. Very, very central indeed.
Current.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not really surprised about the current kind of strategies we're seeing across these first couple of circles of the majority of teams playing around that central part of the map. It is a bit more risky, but as you do see phase 3 popping up, it has kind of centralized once again for a lot of these teams. Yalla having a Runes fight against GEEKAY Esports. These two teams battling bootcamp, or have battled in bootcamp. This time it's Ruins.
And GEEKAY stuck inside of that Ruins side in a sort of more regular rotation for GEEKAY here, who stepping outside of Georgia Pole and coming away from Hospital to do tend to go on this location. Yalla are a bit more aggressive though this time around, so they aren't now stepping in towards the Everest side, since they did kind of shift a little bit towards the edge of that. However, with that second phase shift now stepping back up into that northwestern side, I'm curious to see how GEEKAY are going to contest this Imperium, because Yalla are now in this new location, which is new for them as a whole.
But Yalla's risk is third partying, in my opinion. I think CONQUEROR, they're aware that a team could third party in this case. However, they're allowing GEEKAY to get close to them. Can't say step up and get that first knock for his team.
And Yalla lying away. I don't think they've been spotted quite yet. Maybe Saif has been found out by GEEKAY. A cautious GEEKAY indeed, navigating slowly throughout these ruined sections. But will retreat. I don't think we want to go for the fight just yet, because keep in mind still a lot of his zone now reopened up with those headshot hills, really the center of that zone. Very difficult to navigate around the center point.
Yeah, definitely. I like this discipline from both teams. There's a level of respect across the board. Quick smoke is a good start for GEEKAY, just to create a little bit of space around them, and once it's not too many in one go, it's a pretty big positive. What's important for Yalla is that they need to start to make a bit of a move as a team. Safe has been somewhat kind of targeted or locked down in an isolated way. The rest of the Yalla team need to use that as a way to create a bit of a counter surprise engagement onto GEEKAY. GEEKAY swinging back around. They're more actually heavily in between Yalla and CONQUEROR themselves. So unbeknownst to GEEKAY, I think they put themselves in a worse position, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think I like the idea that they're trying to reposition, right? I think they may have spotted Yalla out, so having a better angle potentially higher up. But you also have to keep in mind that there is a lot of these teams also rotating on the backside. When we talked about those third parties, so Major Pride and the likes beginning to come in. But on the other end of this zone in Roshok, you can see RTG, Triple Falcons, all now stuck on the edge with that big shift towards the west, having to navigate their way out of this Roshok city.
Be careful now, but don't take too many shots in one position. You have the potential of getting caught off guard. I do like RTG split though. I think even though it's 3-1, I really think it makes sense. They already have 2 eliminations in this game so far onto the side of Triple Esports. Actually, no, Triple lost 1 to NASR. My apologies, but phase 3 does pop up and it centers up on top of GEEKAY, Yalla, and CONQUEROR, and this is where it becomes very challenging for at least 2 of those teams. CONQUEROR, remember, they have the comfort of the building Silent Walls.
And what a tricky first game this is set out to be for Imperium. A ruined finish already for these teams to deal with, and you can already see these teams making the mad rush forward as POWR have already begun to set their sights versus Twisted Minds, but Twisted Minds, the first one to take the elimination, as POWR now down to 3, and Dami setting out the secondary push, a nade straight forward onto the roof, but will miss out on the POWR members. It's Ragnarok now stepping in forward too.
They're actually only down to 2. They started this game as a 3-person team, believe it or not. So they're already down a player, and it seems like Twisted Minds want to get the drop on them as a whole.
And POWR, unfortunately, we doesn't have the manpower. We find one, but here comes the rest of Twisted Minds. And down to one POWR go. In on the staircase. Aha, he gets one, but straight on the back, the shots fired through. And Twisted Minds will cleanly get the race through from POWR, but they did lose a member. Is elsewhere. Falcons and NASR. Now Falcons pushing onto NASR's position.
This is outside the circle and quite a bit away from the edge of the circle, in my opinion. An okay time to engage, because you don't really want to be pushing into the edge of the circle on the eastern side too quickly, because it's headshot hills. You can easily get caught off guard from multiple other angles, so worry about what is directly around you. In this case, for NASR it's Falcons, and for Falcons it's NASR, but NASR, they're looking to disengage. They still have a full squad up, and they're not comfortable being where they were.
An important disengage as well, because NASR, you can see these are teams such as the only one now coming up from that southern side as Illusion's there on the front, and Miracle has stopped to take the 1v1 onto Illusion, but Miracle's gonna go down and Illusion wins the 1v1. NASR are gonna lose another one of their members.
That's an incredibly poor team coordination for NASR Esports. If you're going to stop and try and take that fight, you got to do it as a team. You can't have one player stopping and taking that 1v1. Incredibly poor. Puts them down to 3, and although they're in the circle again, they're a player down in what is going to be a very difficult position.
In this circle, Imperium is inside of our headshot hills, as we said. Very difficult to find a position if you are rotating later into this game. And a lot of these teams have actually deliberately stayed outside of the zone to avoid this difficult inner part of Phase 3. NASR trying to navigate it just that, but already knocked a player on Batika, and Conqueror looking for the nades onto the other two.
Tricky part about the circle as well is if you're on the western edge, you have absolutely no idea on where teams are located on that direct eastern edge, bar hearing a couple of shots in that direction, and it's the same the other way around. So you're kind of locked into two halves, and you're hoping that the next circle goes towards your direction.
Still, NASR gonna at least smoke up for now. Should be able to survive. Conqueror 2 need to keep their own position intact from the rest of these teams. As we said, coming in, Imperium, is Phase 4 is almost at its ends already. In Phase 5 is where the teams really will have to move in. Now, really, OOREDOO on the south end trying to split, as they will find at least another of Batika, and the only one found Ali. So it is a disaster for NASR, as they will fall apart to the outside players. But Falcons still navigating their own position here versus RTG.
CONQUEROR, I understand why they're trying to suppress OOREDOO Thunders, but they should allow OOREDOO Thunders to actually get the jump onto NASR players and do their work for them while holding onto that compound in a big way. The next circle has gone down towards the southwest. RTG getting the drop onto powerful of Falcons for the time being.
And RTG still stuck on the opposite end of that zone. It is shift Phase 5 very hard down towards the south, away from the entirety of that ruined side, and in towards those Highland Hills, as it would be called, Imperium.
Highland Hills indeed. Very, very tricky. Little cover in towards the train of this circle. So every one of these remaining 13 teams, Highland Wolf, they're all going for edge of circle playstyle, or pick up as many elimination points as you can before you go down.
NIGMA, Conqueror, two of these teams who still have that very strong position to take out those teams on that northern border. Also keep in mind, interesting singular rotation of Major Pride. Frozen is on the south, so very important for Major Pride, and should avoid at least a lot of the other fighting that these teams still have to fight through.
Still not the easiest position to be in, as YALLA loses late. They had already lost one. Now that I believe they're down to 2 players. No, they're actually down to 1 player with their secondary knockdown. SKYROCKET is getting the better of them, but GEEKAY, who did reposition earlier on in this game, had proved to be in a bit more of a fruitful position coming into this Phase 5 circle.
Oh, in that southern shift on Phase 5, though, it hurts so bad for its northern rotating team. SKYROCKET are belligerently trying to move their way through this open ground, and completely susceptible to all of these other teams the moment they step over that hillside. For now, yes, in some peace, but it will be short-lived. GEEKAY still defending the fort for the moment, is 4K going to lose the next of their members, as the rest of them still to walk in.
Such good play by GEEKAY. They know that they shouldn't have moved. They don't need to move off the back of the Phase 5 circle shift, as although they don't have a player inside the circle, they are in prime opportunity to blast through the teams that are trying to fight their way in.
Well, SKYROKKET, we got a blaze or blast their way through, but we just can't do it. GEEKAY are on a roll in this first game, and they're picking up even more, making up to 7 eliminations for themselves as Falcons are knocking busy on the door, though, of CONQUEROR.
Cover your backs and walk in. That's the GEEKAY way for this game one. Falcons, they got through, I believe, NASR off the back of this circle shift coming in from the east, and now they can find a bit of an entry point onto the players of CONQUEROR. CONQUEROR have been here, I believe, Highland Wolf since phase 2.
Falcons, it's up to them to aggress on to CONQUEROR. CONQUEROR still inside, will not give their position away, but Falcons already up to 6 eliminations. They have been on a spree so far, but maybe will be a shutdown for the meantime. As Yusuf will be the first to fall on the rooftop, gets picked apart. The high ground information falls away. Now CONQUEROR have more time in their hands. It's about the delay, using the blue zone. Of course, it's that third man to crush Falcons on the back.
But there's also GEEKAY waiting in the wings, lying, finding the perfect opportunity to struck Rosa, gets another knock into Powerful. This stranglehold, this suppression is going to be created by CONQUEROR because they need to get rid of Falcons.
But Falcons, it's a 1-for-1 trade right now, but it's a step indoors. It's another one to fall, but the Falcons have them all in their tummies. It is a meal time, and CONQUEROR is on the menu because he's the last meal to be had for Falcons. Can they find a double-digit kill? So, because it's GEEKAY on the back, in fact, it's RTG even, who will find Never Alone, and the solo involves in the back end, puts the pain.
There's a 4-course tasting menu for Falcons, but they forgot about that aperitif in the form of Vault of RTG. There is still that 1 course left. Riva of CONQUEROR Rack has to try and back away, but he's not into the edge of the circle. This phase 6 blue zone is so difficult because you go out of the compound into the open, and Falcons get rid of CONQUEROR.
CONQUEROR just cannot cut it in this phase 6 position, but for those on the other end, Major Pride, NIGMA still sitting on those 4 members. Also, OOREDOO going to be on that 4 members. Pride, sorry, should I say, down to 2 as they have just lost a member, but RTG gonna lose them all alongside Falcons as GEEKAY are there on the hillside to take them both away. Now Major, as we said, down to 2 players trying to navigate their way in onto the zone. It's all really NIGMA inside this building, theirs to control.
For a second, I was thinking GEEKAY could have got involved a little bit more heavily in that third party, but I do believe that in the end, this position of playing a little bit safer, looking to control that more northern hillside is more important to their late game finishes. OOREDOO Thunders off to 10 eliminations and counting, Highland Wolf.
A big series of eliminations from some of these teams, Imperium. They have really stepped out the gate swinging with both their arms as Major Pride still down to 1 player. They're losing more and more as NIGMA are expanding out. So are GEEKAY though on this northern front. It's all about position. How much can these teams take when it comes to where phase 6 into 7 is going to go?
Great start for the reigning, defending, undisputed champions of PMPL Arabia, NIGMA Galaxy. Can they start the finals with a chicken dinner? I know OOREDOO Thunders, they're going to try and put them to a stop.
NIGMA finding at least a knock for the meantime in OOREDOO, but it's GEEKAY who are beside them. Freak as well steps forward, trying to find the shots on Hamco. They have found the bodies behind the trees, but the bullets will not land inside of them for now, and it's GEEKAY's quick fire indeed. They will take out a punish onto a Modi. Freak almost will fall as well as they barely can't find a 1-for-1 trade.
I thought there was going to be a little bit of a truce between NIGMA and GEEKAY, but no, GEEKAY are going to strike. They want to take control. They want everything.
Ralph is now down and just drove over the front line of NIGMA. And as NIGMA now fall apart, GEEKAY, maybe they have some means to push forward, but they will also lose one at the front. Satan almost will fall down as well. Barely keeps himself alive. NIGMA are not out yet. And do not forget, of course, it is still a full squad of OOREDOO in the midst of GEEKAY and NIGMA have recovered all of their members and maybe could steal the show as GEEKAY are wounded but up to now 10.
Ace are looking good. GEEKAY are looking absolutely fantastic. Just Lord, his last player alive. Lots of shots as he gets behind the tree. Why would you go behind the tree where your teammate is knocked? One nade, like you said, will rule them all. But I don't know if Lord has it in his back pocket.
They had 5, but they won't have their life. It will be GEEKAY to finish them off. But as you saw, GEEKAY, yes, up to 4, but back down to 3 because OOREDOO from the dark horse at the lower end of the leaderboard are stepping up in this first game. Already double-digit eliminations for them too. They send the nade over onto Hope. It won't land though. Molly on the back as well.
What a great way to end game 1 of the finals. A full 4v4 fight. Although Satan is knocked, there is a potential opportunity to get the revive because OOREDOO Thunder are a little bit uncertain about pushing this engagement. It's out in the open. Both teams are inside this phase 7 circle.
GEEKAY do have their man backup, a full 4-man battle, but is GEEKAY in control of the zone for now? OOREDOO are still in there for the meantime, but they don't have as much cover. Crucially, yes, sure, they have a few trees, but they've got to come uphill into GEEKAY, and they got to rely really on GEEKAY coming down to them when it comes to...
No, they don't.
The low advantage.
Yeah, so it's better for OOREDOO Thunders. GEEKAY have got to come to them.
Yeah.
And they're in the high ground position, so that means arguably GEEKAY's position and bodies are going to be more heavily exposed as they look to push down, and Hope is going to go for it.
Big flush through. They try to find a bait. They do successfully grab it in Imperium. There comes down the first one. They will finish off Smoker indeed, and this is where the problem lies. When they are in the open, they can be found out when they stand up, and Osama will also be found as well. There goes the second for OOREDOO as they're falling apart. The left is gone, but where is the right side support? It's nowhere to be seen, and GEEKAY still up all 4 members. Maybe have this in the bag now.
Damage is done. It's a 2v4, and GEEKAY know it. They can play a little bit more patiently, but do not think for 1 second that this chicken dinner is in the bag.
OOREDOO, we know what they can do in a good game. Imperium, we've seen them do it before. But we have to pull out a real miracle here on this first match. Sure, they've got 12 eliminations, but they aren't satisfied with that. But they want a chicken dinner, but it's not going to be given to them. As GEEKAY are just going to shut that door in their face. And GEEKAY, the first chicken dinner of the finals, Imperium. And it was this team that we said, can they keep it going through from the Super Weekends to now? And oh boy, yes, they can.
Man, what a way for them to shut down any potential naysayers, at least for the time being, in the finals. Perfectly executed, perfectly positioned, perfectly played throughout that game, right? You look at how they moved in through ruins. They were incredibly respectful and disciplined around that YALLA area. They pushed as a unit and they repositioned. Now, on that reposition, I was a little bit worried that CONQUEROR might become a bit more of a threat, but because CONQUEROR, based on the circle shifts, weren't as confident about pushing out of the compound to get some early suppression onto GEEKAY, they had so much more space and maneuver. And as that circle closed in, GEEKAY had the perfect play to wait, take teams out around them, and then push in on that northeastern edge. It was an incredible finish from them.
Yeah, I mean, look, to be fair for GEEKAY, they had an absolutely phenomenal game, but you also have to look at some of the other eliminations too. It was a very aggressive game for our first match here at the finals, and OOREDOO Falcons also stepping up with their 12 and 11 eliminations respectively.
There's certainly something to be said for kind of what we within reason speculated and talked about coming into the start of the finals. We're only game 1 in. There's still 17 games left, so anything can happen. But in terms of kind of defending champions, 0 eliminations is a big surprise for NIGMA. I do want to highlight that and something that they will want to be quite cautious of. OOREDOO Thunders, I highlighted them as a dark horse, and I think they've certainly kind of shown that they can step up when it counts and really kind of play into the clutch moments of the big leagues as they played on that southern edge outside of Pachinki Hill. And yeah, Team Falcons, they struggled throughout the league stage. They didn't make it into the first Super Weekend, but they are the kind of team that has in the past performed when it counts, and they've done it once again at the start of the finals.
Yeah, and I mean, particularly Erangel is their home ground, and we've always known that too in terms of Falcons Imperium since the age of Season 1 last spring, and to see them perform once again is comfort to my eyes. But also, as we check out that second page, Imperium, there were a few of these teams still to get off the overall standings. And as we do check out a little bit of the teams overall, we can talk a bit more about them, Imperium. And I think some a little bit of an issue. And I think one of those teams that really stood out to me was NASR in their engagements in their rotations.
It was more just a lack of team coordination in this first game, right? Them disengaging away from Falcon was incredibly sound decision for them to make. If you're not comfortable taking a fight and you're happy to disengage and you able to get a relevant amount of scouting ahead to move away from that position, great, all grand. But it was that Miracle player. I think it was Miracle that kind of stepped out of his vehicle, took the 1v1 with the only one, lost the 1v1, and NASR were down to 3 players. That meant that where they pushed onto was quite difficult, and then they got drowned out by OOREDOO Thunders on the Pachiki Hill to the south edge.
Yeah, of course, we check out all of these highlights with our best oppo moments from that first game of the finals, Imperium. It was a very hectic final few zones, really from that phase 5 mark.
Yeah, it was, and I do have to give an element of pass to those teams, to a good few of those teams, because when it got to that kind of phase 4, phase 5, it became very much an edge of circle play style and picking up as many eliminations. But then again, I would argue that as much as in the first early games you could speculate the teams would play a little bit more towards that late game, when it's all said and done and you evaluate all 18 teams, the teams that come out on top, the teams that kind of win, that are in the top 3, will be the teams who are aware enough and understanding enough that they have to be able to adapt on when there's a time to engage and when there's a time to take a step back. And this game was a game on phase 4 onwards where you had to engage, you had to control, you had to dominate.
And we saw a few of those teams do that, or at least try to do that, Imperium. CONQUEROR, another one of those teams who did try to attempt that, but we'll have to see if they can continue to keep that up on Miramar, which is a map they're more known for. As we will take a quick break before we head over there shortly. Welcome back here to the finals, of course, of the PMPL Arabia Pro League finals. In, of course, checking out your boys from these first game, Imperium, and that was really GEEKAY who stepped up with the chicken dinner there. But it was still OOREDOO and they're also Falcons, if you did miss it, who also had a phenomenal game. Now into game number 2, though. The consistency is what we're looking for.
Yeah, definitely consistency, right? If you're any of the top 4 teams coming into game 2, naturally it's important that you don't go out early in terms of 0, 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 point results. If you get 6, 7 points, I still think that's a relative positive.
Yeah.
But the ultimate benefit will be another double-digit result, right? So you're keeping that momentum, you're keeping that psychological strength, you're keeping that control over the other teams in the lobby. And if anything, you're building upon it, right? Because, say what you want, it may not be as conscious to these players as they think, but it definitely plays into the back of their heads when you are dropping in one location. You have a team around you, okay, that drops close by, that is doing exceedingly well. You 9 times out of 10 do not want to get too close to that team in the early parts of that game, right? So creating that level of fear, even though it's an underlying element, creating that underlying element of fear on the teams around you is so important for all these teams. So whether it's GEEKAY, Falcons, NIGMA, or OOREDOO Thunders, keep on that train, man. Keep it going, guys.
Yeah, and I think also, to be fair, the psychological pressure then lays into that consistency of teams too, Imperium, where we have seen teams go into a poor performance from that first game, and those poor performances keep on going. So for those who did perform quite poorly, or those who did make mistakes in that first game, now up to them, Imperium, to be able to make sure that they rectify those and to show them and the rest of these teams and us that they can perform now on Miramar.
Definitely. You kind of touched on CONQUEROR before we went to the break, and it was trickier than it initially looked for them when it came to their position in the circle. Yes, fundamentally, they chose to go for a very centralized position in the first couple of circles, right? And that is not a bad thing, but it creates a certain time frame, depending on the next 1 to 2 circle shifts, where they have to be aggressive. It's difficult to really time that, and it can be a lot of the time kind of hindsight based. But to me, they should have been more aggressive for a period of time. Like, for example, yes, I mentioned that they should let OOREDOO Thunders do the work on the NASR Esports, but if they were doing the work on the NASR Esports from the south edge, why didn't they push on the north edge and look to put some pressure on the GEEKAY, right? Whether or not they knew they were there, they should have looked for that team. They should have looked for that opportunity, but they didn't, and then they got drowned out by FALCONS.
Look, you know what you can look for in-game, of course, with the help of our sponsor, Iraq Football Team, the official Iraq football team themselves, yes, so you can show respect of the Iraqi people. And, of course, it is the first time, keep in mind, that we collaborate with the Iraq Football Team, and you can get in-game items since the H5 event launch on the 22nd of July. Don't forget to, of course, follow the community tournament of the Iraq Football Team from the 19th to the 25th of July. Amazing. And, of course, check them out, of course, as we said, on the PUBG mobile social media. Imperium, I mean, as always, it is a great thing to see the football teams join in as well, and to see that collaboration. We've mentioned it before, but I think also for everyone at home to get into their own swag, into their own football kits.
Yeah, definitely get into your football kits, and that's what I think is kind of so good about esports, that it does share in common with football teams and football in general, is that there is a lot of pride on wearing your favorite team's esports jersey, much like there's great pride in wearing your national team's jersey, whether it's Saudi Arabia or any other team at that matter. So seeing that collaboration come through is incredibly exciting. Kind of, quick question: if you were to pick any area of the map that would be best for a football pitch, what would it be? What map and what location of that map?
Ooh, okay. You choose a hard question. You choose a hard question indeed. See, do you know where the best football pitch would be? I know it's not big enough, okay? But if you think the mega hill on Sanhok, and then as we jump into Miramar, but I digress. And so we check out the big hill in Sanhok. You know, the big mountain.
Are you talking about the Chungus Mountain on the Northwest
Chungus
Island?
Mountain, of course, dude. And then you just get rid of all of the buildings, just throw them away, and then we just build a football pitch there. Wouldn't that not be
actually
like
not a bad
the
idea.
epicest, most?
That's actually not a bad idea.
Football field.
Just make sure you don't slide off the mountain.
It's
That's
a
all
low
I will
drop.
say.
There is a ravine beside it, so it's a bit dicey.
I like that answer, to be fair, but indeed we are into game 2. That plane path is not too bad. A little bit trickier if you want to drop up north, but diagonally going from southwest to around northeast is certainly not a bad thing for a lot of these teams.
I mean, this plane path as well. We know that they can be nice, and we know that the first phases can be nice. I'm also hoping that we can kind of avoid the Los Leones curse. I'm just going to put it out there. Of course, people joining in the finals may not know that I am like the optimal Los Leones zone person. It always seems to go down that direction.
You are, and I often try not to. I try to cancel that out in a big way. Whereas Monica, on the other hand, tends to add to your destruction.
I feel like that's true. I feel like these teams, they're in trouble for like the next 2 days after like today, because Monica's there, so it's going to be difficult zones.
Well, day 3 when I'm not there is going to be incredibly painful. But this phase 1, to be fair, is pretty hard for these teams. It's more heavily up north, east than I've really seen any Miramar circle of this PMPL Arabia and one of the more northeast circles I've ever seen in PUBG Mobile. So it really is going to test a lot of these teams and their ability to have knowledge on the terrain and the areas of the map. Obviously, with it being a kind of a more southerly playing path, it's going to naturally create a heavier cluster of traffic around that south edge or south half of the circle. And arguably, the south half of this phase on circle is the part of the map where these teams know more about. But there's a lot of scope for strength in this phase one around the water treatment area, around the Cruzaval's hillside in between Cruzavaya and El Azahar. And if you're able to lock that down early on and create some stronghold, it can really set you up for a great late game finish.
Yeah, I mean, also GEEKAY here stepping in back to a Becado side, so they will be the only ones once more to loot up this location. I'm a fan of it personally. I think that it still gives some options to easily come into that first phase zone, as unfortunately Triple will not have those options, as Push will just be throwing out. Luffy is thought about letting them bleed out, but just shoots them down. As there goes the first of the second match, indeed. But also this zone in the first phase leads itself, Imperium, I think, to a few of these wider rotations. That up towards El Pozo, La Coparia.
Definitely depends on the timing of the rotation. Yes, if you do go for a wider, more variable rotation, you can give it a more extended time frame, right? You can leave it a little bit later. You can still go relatively early for that wider rotation. Whereas if you want to go more centrally focused, which I look at as GEEKAY's optimal path, you take that main road from Becado, it's probably going to require an earlier rotation to become more successful around, in my opinion at least, to get a bit of a jump on the likes of CONQUEROR, Falcon Esports, and even RTG on the Becado Hill. But indeed, that variable wider rotation is quite accessible for Twisted Minds, 4K, Major Pride, and NIGMA Galaxy.
Yeah, I think also we have to keep in mind that a lot of these teams do prefer also to rotate down on that more southeasterly side. So the graveyard rotations, we've seen a few fights, a few skirmishes around there coming to phase 2, phase 3 mark. So keeping an eye also in the likes of NASR, the only one who are going to be making their way out naturally from the north side of Los Leones and into that first phase as well.
Want to give a lot of respect to 4K Esports because they are probably and arguably the most improved team between the spring split and the fall split, right? Yeah. At least when you look at overall results, they didn't qualify for the finals in the spring split. They struggled in a big way and were clearly punching above their weight. But in this fall split, they qualified for 2 of the super weekends. Yes. They finished on an average of 7 points per game across those 2 super weekends, and yeah, they qualified for the finals. So a big step up from 4K. It's still going to be a big test for them in the finals, of course, but in terms of improving from one tournament to another, yeah, they deserve a lot of respect for that.
A big improvement indeed. I think the other team who has really shown that improvement from missing out in a few of those super weekends last season was also Triple Esports. So Triple barely making it in. Of course, the famous, or infamous, if you how you look on it, on the only super weekend that they got in onto the finals, now had a much more consistent showing. They didn't have a great first game. Fair enough. But I'm still confident that Triple, when they get the ball rolling, in like 4K here in Imperium, they can have these big games, and we've seen it from them before.
Oh, yeah. The one thing is, you kind of touch upon it in terms of the psychology around if you have one bad performance and you can potentially have a not bad performance. I know we're only at the start of the game, but they now have lost a player early on in both of the 2 games so far in the finals. And in Miramar, more importantly, it becomes a lot tougher to control your position inside these Miramar terrains when you're down to 3 players. It gives you less size, it gives you one less body to spread out, and yeah, it can certainly become challenging. The only one are going to make that early rotation on the 6-minute mark in between Los Leones is Impala, getting around the likes of NASR, YALLA, getting to jump on them, more importantly, is very positive for the only one.
Yeah, fair enough. Also, POWR going to also be back up to those 4 players as well towards the El Azahar side. A lot of, I think, security for these northern teams, that alongside FALCONS and also SKYROCKET, who are very comfortable with a zone like this, as they are going to be at home in their first initial locations. I also want to note that actually it's important for Falcons to have had this zone, because in previous zones we have made these slightly further rotations down from the south side, and I'm curious to see in future Miramars if this will be the case, if they will continue to lose players, because squads like R8 have punished them in the past when they made those early rotations. So for these northern teams, much better that they get off to the start on a fast foot.
Interesting passing line from GEEKAY. I definitely like the timing of it in the first 6 to 7 minutes is incredibly valuable. I said from Picado, if they're going to go a little bit more centralized, it needs to be an earlier rotation. But going kind of towards Labradita, Minas Generalis is so more heavily under pressure around NASR's position, CONQUEROR's position, that I worry they might not be able to deal with that. Again, the fact that they've done it early has put them ahead of both of those teams, along with the only one. So on that note, certainly a positive.
May have been thinking that teams would have been more slow to the rotations. Now in the league stages, GEEKAY have found themselves a team here. Teams used to focus around that Picado side and half the end of the patron, so it might have been trickier for GEEKAY, understanding that teams could have been in those locations. Of course, we know that they aren't in that location. They have RTG taking a more northern and faster approach, and instead, you look at GEEKAY and now found themselves in the rest of these graveyard teams, such as Conqueror.
You definitely bring a great point to the table, to be fair, Highland Wolf, comparing league stage to the finals, and within reason, that's all GEEKAY can do, and teams did tend to kind of maybe focus a little bit more towards the Hacienda area. I was just bringing a direct point of where teams drop and that potential pressure of an early rotation, but in the end, for now, GEEKAY are still up as a full squad, have a decent spread in between the graveyard, in between that, Minas Junkyard and El Azahar position. We're about to see phase 2 pop up. 4K have gone for that variable wide rotation, as they were the first team to drop around Valdemar, so they were able to technically disengage from the location earlier than a couple of other teams, and they've taken advantage of it, as phase 2 does move away from the eastern side, but it stays quite heavily up north.
Still, though, going to be very comfortable for a lot of these teams up towards our northern side. I'm really looking at the control, though, now that squads like Falcons, like SKYROCKET, are right here, already established in the center of zone, can exert. Because Imperium, we know that coming into these sides, you have these roads, you have these hills, the teams from the edge are going to have to come down, and if it continues to centralize, and it's about these teams in the center, on these hills, can they keep that high ground pressure? Can they keep that information under control with the rest of these teams in their phase 2 coming in closer to them?
One thing they gotta do is hover that balance between repositioning off the back of the circle shift, but also not repositioning off the back of the circle shift. A classic mistake teams make is that they feel that they have to move because of the circle shift, even if they're already in a good position, and it can be quite volatile in knowing when is the right time. That's where experience can come into play. Like, I look at RTG, for example, and they had a great spread on a water treatment hill, and I arguably don't think they should have repositioned, but they have. Whether that comes to bite them in the butt will prove to tell the story later down the line, but I think they've given way too much space for the teams on that western side to encroach on top of that water treatment hill, whether it's R8, whether it's NIGMA Galaxy, whether it's Twisted Minds. That could put them RTG under a lot of pressure in phase 3, phase 4.
Do you think we'll maybe see more of this kind of alleviation of pressure to give to other teams for maybe some of those placement points RTG are thinking of, considering that they didn't have that big standout first game like some of these other squads, such as the likes of Falcons and OOREDOO, and maybe we may see that continue throughout today, especially.
That's true, and as much as it looks like it's playing a long game, I still look at it as a little bit more narrow-minded, because you're going, okay, well, we're okay in the circle, we're more comfortable in the circle, but you're then allowing, like I said, teams to grab around you, and you're relying more heavily on an RNG-based level of circle shifts, and that takes the control out of your own destination, right? And we saw teams get punished in game 1 for it. Might be the same case in game number 2. 4K, great position on Torre Amada. They were one of the first teams to get around that area, like I said, on that northwestern edge of the circle in phase 1. They've had an easy path on into that position of phase number 2, and they're looking very good inside the circle.
I'm still thinking on the outside of his circles too. Very good positions for the likes of the only one currently down on that high junkyard hill. Still a lot of options for these teams such as NIGMA on the northern side. So wherever this zone does shift, as you said, it can have these harder shifts and put a lot of the winning capabilities in these other teams on the outskirts too. So keep in mind that although there is this very strong central location that all of these teams have in Imperium, these outside circle positions are all kind of guarded by a moat that encompasses that outside section of the low ground to that high ground in the middle. So it is important on where this phase 3 now goes.
Zayed, what are you doing, my friend? What are you doing? I kind of worry about the only one, because as much as I kind of look at this more edge of circle position on the Al-Azhar Hill is a beneficial place to be, I'm questioning why they're all in vehicles. I get that phase 3 was about to pop up, but to me, maybe, a little bit too presumptuous, and you can see Zayed nearly caught out. Phase 3 does center off quite nicely, so it's in around the water treatment crews, the Via hillside. It's technically go for RT, but once again, they're in the center of the circle and they're going to be surrounded by so many teams.
Look, I mean, it's only going to get more difficult for a position of control when it comes down to this. Teams are on that southern end. Remember, going to have to come through what is that Death Valley Imperium from Happy Ender into that water treatment location. So very tricky for teams to navigate. Is Caliga is just going to pop the head off of Ziad, and unfortunately Ziad punished for going too far too close to Conqueror.
Look, we all knew that it was going to be difficult for the only one coming into these finals. Arguably, of course, deserved to make it into the finals, pushing Rab out of that 16th spot position in the final day of the third Super Weekend. But out of 45 games, they only had an average of 4.67 points per game, and that's more than 3 behind the closest team right ahead of them. So they have a lot to prove coming into these finals, but in game number 2 they're down to just one player,
and it's all this already Thunder's pressure off the high ground as well, and they just find themselves caught in between two teams. They were on that lower ground and didn't really expect, I think, OOREDOO still to be coming in from so far, and punished exactly for it is OOREDOO are searching for that last player, Alush. Very elusive for the meantime, but OOREDOO, they're closing the net on top.
Ooh, CONQUEROR getting a little bit more heavily involved as a third party than I maybe expected, but I definitely look at that as a positive, especially compared to what they were doing in game number 1. Yes, they are always proving to be more comfortable in these Miramar terrains, but I like to see this aggression coming through as RD Thunders. Hey, finish off the only one.
But we're not out of the woods yet. You said it yourself. Conqueror are already there too. And the blue zone is engulfing here OOREDOO. So as you can see, Conqueror just closing as we say that net onto the only one. But it's Caliga stepping forward, finds at least one, finds 2 with the help of the others up top. Rio is going to fall though to the blue zone, and OOREDOO still trying to hold on for the meantime.
Smoker. Sorry, it's Hamco. My apologies. Was able to get a little bit of a returning knock onto the players of CONQUEROR. Rapid Crows are going to make Smoker pay, and at least Hamco as a final. Hamco, the final player up for RD Thunder.
It was a panic exit. Hamco at least will get out of the fight, but it is a very beaten down OOREDOO, down to 1 player, Imperium.
Yeah, definitely, and a lot to be said across those engagements. Overall, CONQUEROR proved their knowledge of this Miramar terrain and their adaptability is okay. Hamco, that's a 4 out of 10 for that one. NIGMA Galaxy now in the meantime on the northwestern edge of the circle, getting a bit of a drop on Twisted Minds.
And its zone, for the most part, has centralized through towards RTG, but they're going to have to deal with a lot of that pressure still from the high ground hills. R8 still there, still going to have that strength for the high ground above them. And all of those teams around RTG, it's them to control that center point, but as Twisted Minds, you said yourself, still on this northern end, trying to control NIGMA, who are the ones wanting to come in.
Well, the benefit for RTG is that all the other teams that are swinging around them from the outside of the circle are technically going to engage each other before they engage RTG. So RTG hopefully will be able to pick up the pieces. It is still important that they look to try and control some elements of these teams coming in on the edge of the circles, most importantly on the eastern side as opposed to the western side.
Of course, I mean, that western side still is here. Major Pride will cozy up towards NIGMA Galaxy. NIGMA gonna turn away from Twisted, so Twisted gonna buy some less pressure from NIGMA as they will turn for the fight, but it's already damaged as Hamodi will be the first to fall here from Major Pride's assault. Is YALLA also assaulting though onto 4K and will send a very front man forward. Saif going into the 2 players of 4K could be risky here as they are still very open and still susceptible to the likes of NIGMA from that western side.
Not gonna lie, I kind of don't know how YALLA got up here per se, but they're here, and now they're looking to engage onto the players of 4K. 4K do have a bit of a more beneficial split, plus they still have a full squad up. YALLA have lost one in the form of Catan, so 3 players gives them so much less to work with, as 4K are making those bodies count.
Look at that flank, Imperium, but can he find any punish for it? I mean, yeah,
so close.
The healing comes through just a little bit closer, and yeah, they would have had a headshot there. Safe. Oh my days.
More.
Gets through the final shot. Oh, I would have been so disappointed, Imperium, if Darby didn't score one.
I don't think it was actually him that got it. It was his teammate Anaconda. But in the end, great teamwork across the board. And at least YALLA now down to just 1 player. Highland Wolf Lath is on his own and he's being wiped out. That's the end of YALLA. And that's the thing, like, I kind of don't know how YALLA got up here, but it's quite obvious that they got here way too late.
Yeah, I think it was just that northern rotation. They tried to capitalize on 4K, but they're mid in the open, and here Twisted Mind's going to suffer the exact same issue where you've got Anna still in the blue. You try to move one into that open ground and they just get picked apart. Major Pride will clean up that 4th elimination for themselves as Twisted Mind's the next out.
Well, to be fair, Major Pride really got such a good level of work on that engagement because it was NIGMA Galaxy that initially got the better of Twisted Mind. NIGMA didn't really finish them off quickly enough. Major Pride got involved and shut down NIGMA Galaxy, and then they finished off Twisted Mind. So Major Pride, great timing on their movements in those first couple of circles.
The rest
in this game, more so when you kind of add up the phase 1 circle comparative to playing path and what that fundamentally would have done to the teams funneling through. And I'll definitely speak about that post game, but it has certainly left a little bit of a sour taste in my mouth. Still deserving in good positions for the likes of R8, Major Pride, and NASR Esports per se. But I can see NASR, if they get too close from R8, that engagement's starting.
I mean, R8 though with this phase 5 is, yeah, we can check the replays of Major Pride's eliminations are gonna at least be in the hot seat for taking this game. And R8, they have the hill. I mean, NASR really only are that really third flanking threat that they have to deal with, but they will have to deal with it swiftly if NASR do decide to continue to engage onto R8, because there are, as we say, all these Eastern teams still coming into the zone.
Out of the 11 teams left, we have 5 with a full squad up. The remaining 6 teams have 3 or less players, with NIGMA down to solo, Falcons down to solo, SKYROCKET down to 2, POWR down to 2, GEEKAY down to 3, CONQUEROR down to 3.
GEEKAY in the midst of the fight, though. SKYROCKET, that number's going to become less.
Beautiful.
As they get themselves a double by SKYROCKET. Triple R is going to find them beside the rock in the blue zone. Going to clean them all away for the help. I mean, Triple R is already on the number. GEEKAY guy, the only one now to live, as Falcons will already find themselves eliminated now. Major Pride also going to lose one to RTG in the elimination feed as they do begin to whistle away.
Oh, what are you doing, guys? You either go for the first aid or you don't, man. What are you doing? Make a decision, man. You're killing me. You're killing me. Now, SKYROCKET is 2 players they left up. RTG, who have been in this compound since, I believe, phase 1, if I'm not mistaken, do start to wake up and do start to punish the teams on the eastern side. And down SKYROCKETs go.
Oh, what is it with the finals, Imperium? All the vehicles are choking when it comes onto the camera for them. SKYROCKETs alongside GEEKAY, both though going to be eliminated as RTG find their 3rd. Major on the opposite end, still trying to push slowly in, but it's the own party bus, as you would argue, Imperium. POWR moving in across the hill themselves.
No SKYROCKET tonight. Chicken dinner delight for them in this game too. Major Pride looking good, but RTG Nabo picks up a knock on the frozen. Nomi's pushing forward. They're looking for the engagement onto 4K, but there's not only themselves on that northern tip of the circle. You have the final player, NIGMA Galaxy. You have RTG, and even teams down south, such as R8 and NASR, they could get involved from a distance.
Completely all of these teams congested on the northern side. Imperium, Major, they're trying to push through, but they're going to lose another here of course, keep in mind, Milky Way was taken away. So now 4K, they are the ones in the center. They are the ones who have to hold them all off as the zone goes up into them. But can they keep it under control? Still all 4 players alive, but they've got the dip to their hands. The Major Pride are throwing in the nades. Nomi, though, will be caught out by NASR in the behind.
Yeah. And that was Major Prize's mistake, in my opinion. They shouldn't have just sent one person forward on that engagement towards 4K. As far as I know, they just sent Nomi in because they didn't have the frontline push and the backline support. It was just that imbalance that forced them to hold back. Then they lost 1 player. Now they lost the second, and they're down to 2 players. They do still have that northeastern tip of the circle, but NASR do become a major threat on that southwest edge.
A lot of these teams from that southwest edge also are needing to move in. They will hold off, I believe, a little bit longer, judging if they got the compound, but a bigger rotation needed for those outside even further to the zone. Conqueror, POWR still outside, really, of that top right of the screen when it comes to the map. Imperium and NIGMA in the meanwhile, all the solo player still going to continue to push forward. Ralph juggling with his own damage. Will finally be caught though by Major Pride. Steps too far, too early, and Major Pride will claim their 6.
Yeah, Enigma Galaxy only 1 elimination point, so that puts him in 1 elimination point across 2 games. Unexpected level of passiveness from the defending champions, but Major Pride, they're going heavy against 4K.
Major Pride still aren't done yet. I mean, yeah, they're in a bad position, but they're making light of it. They've got 1 elimination. They hope to maybe get a bit more if they can hold on, but the zone is up to if it will stay with that nade.
Nice play,
oh,
RTG.
that was beautiful for RTG. Is now they put themselves up to 5, they send more, and this is a problem with the bunker for 4K. Yeah, sure, they look protected, but the nades are rained down, and they're rained down hard.
Oh yeah, it's a hole waiting to be rained down with the nades in all directions. Frozen gets a pick onto Unknown from that sniper
Crucial.
tower, so that does give it a little bit of time to 4K, unbeknownst to Major Pride. J9 makes that one count with another knock towards 4K.
But look at the nades in the back end. Also, NASR losing 2 is R8 will find either completely away. Is now NASR firing back on the flank. Is this RTG taking one of NASR away as well as they still look forward to continue their fight by 4K. But maybe this south side buying some space. Is RTG looking for the revive themselves? We'll find it now as they separate back through. Maybe sending now Narvo up to the tower to replace.
Such a different result in this game too compared to game 1. POWR Esports are up to 7 eliminations. They've been the hidden ninjas of this game. Kante is left on his own.
Rest of RTG still looking over. They have taken their eyes off of 4K. Run out of the utility. Is R8 also behind them? Having to keep an eye here as NASR put to the pieces by R8, but R8 aren't done yet as they'll find the next elimination. The knock first, at least, onto RTG. They're looking for more as they will send 2 players in the vehicle. A little bit closer now for the better angle. But Kante is still there. Still a rogue POWR member, and that is not either of those 2 teams.
He's holding down in between R8 and RTG. RTG are on the high ground, but it's so difficult for RTG to move on forward. They did not get to finish off onto 4K in the right way, and I can't believe 4K have been able to stick up as a 3-person team.
Look, I mean, it's all about the southern pressure. That's what is drawing away the pressure onto 4K, but Major Pride is still here as well. No one is dropping when it comes fire. Again, it's R8. We'll find the next, find the elimination onto Narbo, and that will be now RTG down to 2. It's a full squad of R8 raining down on top of them as 4K step up, look for the extra little bit of an exit point out the zone. No, catches both them and Major Pride in the heat of R8 as they look over onto them.
This is R8's chicken in our island. It's stepping right in front of them. This is their game to lose.
NASR will even clean up the northern side for them. Solo will at least get the elimination point. 4K down to the 1. Will make the dash attempt forward. Will find themselves a bit closer down to the final 2. It's all they can hope for, really. But it's R8 show, as you say. They're hunting for the last single. They know it's only 1. And they will have it.
Ooh, he nearly got the knock, but in the end, RA finished it off, and indeed, a chicken dinner for them in the back pocket. Game number 2, much better for a team that in the spring split, they looked so strong, but didn't really perform in the right way at the finals. It seems to be the opposite way around, at least 2 games in 4K. It's so good that we kind of complimented them in terms of their level of improvement from one split to the next, and they get a very successful second game result. Certainly an element of the 2 wrongs around them of Major Pride and RTG became a right. Normally 2 wrongs don't make a right, whereas in this case, it kind of did, because they cancelled each other out, and like I said, it allowed 4K to stay up as a 3-person team and grab that second place.
Mathematics, Imperium. You go back to the basics. A double negative makes a positive, man. And that's what the side of 4K were able to find. It is all about survival as well, but coupled that with the pressure from R8, who did draw actually RTG away from 4K's den that they had.
As we look at the match standings of the second game, a little bit of a missed opportunity, I could arguably say, for NASR, because they initially got a drop, as far as I know, either a knock or confirmation. No, it was just a knock, actually, onto one of the R8 players, but they didn't really push on it. Maybe it was a little bit too early in the game where they didn't feel confident on pushing it, but definitely a slightly low-key missed opportunity. When they VOD review, they will maybe looking at kind of go, oh, we could have taken more advantage of that.
Yeah,
it's not for me to say it was a bad decision, just saying a missed opportunity for them. Still a good game for NASR Esports. They deserve a lot of credit for what they did in that game.
Yeah, I mean, NASR are definitely stepping up at least, and it was crucial that a lot of these other teams, such as also, as we said, RTG, like 4K, like Major, even as well, getting that second position with those 8 elimination points, keep in mind as well. Getting that points on the board, because these were the teams that coming into that first game, Imperium, they struggled, and now keeping up with the rest of those already having those strong positions from that first game. As we check out the second page, so of those who didn't perform, of course, so well here on our first Miramar game, and that is the opposite, right? GEEKAY falling from the 31-point race.
And that's the thing, like, it's really not ideal for GEEKAY, especially NIGMA, even FALCONS, right? It's why I said completely different ball game between game 1 and game 2 in terms of the finisher teams that were alive. One thing to point out, though, Highland Wolf, as far as I know anyway, we didn't see it on screen, but POWR Esports, I believe, got a clutch onto CONQUEROR and took them out of the lobby. I don't know if it's Kante on his own or with the help of the teammate before he got taken out, but that is something to note.
I mean, it is crucial to know that they're also POWR. They did fall out later on as we check out our best offer moments of this game, but did actually score 7 eliminations in that game as well. So they did get the points that are required for roughly that average that we're looking for.
And I think 3 of those eliminations came from CONQUEROR in that clutch moment, because as far as I know, it was 2 against 1 for CONQUEROR on the southeastern edge of the circle. And I know they were kind of further away, but again, something happened. Hopefully we'll see it in the replay, but POWR Esports ended up coming out on top of that one. Indeed, Major Pride were in a tricky position. I think they did the best job that they could, considering early on third-partying in the right way between themselves, Twisted Mind, and NIGMA Galaxy, right, and picking up a hail of eliminations along the way, and that it did become a little bit, it just unfortunately became a little bit tougher for the mid-late stages of the game with how many smaller divots were around them, and it's just tougher for them to control as that downhill area became difficult against the likes of NASR and R8.
Yeah, slightly trickier to position again in that second game. I'm curious, so now into looking at these positional controls, and you mentioned it about those rotations coming into the positions. I'm curious about those rotations, because you highlighted in that game, Imperium, some of those rotations, very weird for you that you saw.
Yeah, so there's certain fundamental rules around the game, and yes, we have the God's eye perspective of knowing where all the teams are, but this is why I say fundamental rules that teams should always be looking to implement. If the playing path is in one direction and the circle is in another direction, and you know roughly around where teams drop, you should be able to correlate that to traffic in a certain area of the map. And the only one, for example, initially had a great spot in phase 1, kind of the start of phase 2, but then they kind of started moving around, and they should have correlated that more teams could still potentially be behind them because of that playing path that was more heavily weighted on the southeast. And them and a number of other teams, they didn't really kind of play that sensible play in the rotations. And we saw a lot of teams go out early on that probably shouldn't have.
Look, they've got to clean it up because Sanhok is our next game on the agenda, but it's going to be after a short break once more. Welcome back, everyone, to what is now our remaining 4 games at the first day here at the PMPL Arabia Finals. And Imperium, well, you want to have success, just like the players getting into the finals. Check down below, because it's the Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G with the upgraded performance and upgraded funds to celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa esports. And not only do you need a phone, though, to be peak performance, you need that energy drink as well. And what better than Monster Energy, our official energy drinks partner of the tournament.
Yes, indeed. We're getting into the third game of the day, and you called it before the break, Alamuf. We're going into Sanhok for the very first time in the finals. We're going to get a taste of what the jungle has to offer and how these teams have adapted between the end of the league stage and into the finals. Will we see GEEKAY be able to adjust accordingly to their differentiated drops around the ruin split area of the map? Will they be able to contend accordingly with the likes of NIGMA Galaxy behind them, with YALLA inside that boot camp area? And of course, you have the trickiness of the circle shifts, which always throws a spanner in the works.
I mean, Sanhok, we also checked back at the beginning of today in a couple of these highlight teams to look at. And I think crucially, one of them who hasn't had so far good results, that being YALLA Imperium, and they and their boot camp drop. Are we going to see GEEKAY maybe try to capitalize on YALLA here in the finals, or will they dodge each other again?
Well, you were saying, or sorry, not you were saying, but you were talking to YALLA in the lead up to the finals, and they were saying to you that that the team prefers Sanhok as a map, right? So if they prefer Sanhok, they're gonna have to make this match count, because not only will it boost them up in the standings, but it also will boost their confidence. And once again, it's something that we can never talk about enough. This psychological aspect of this game, the mentality that is required to perform at the best in these kind of moments. If you get that negative momentum, as you touched upon, of going from bad result to bad result, yeah, it can certainly be downhill spiral. Whereas for YALLA, they'll want to stop that as quickly as possible. This game 3 is a perfect opportunity to do it.
Yeah, I think also crucial to keep in mind that that pressure is compounded by the fact that we aren't in 3 weeks, Imperium. It's only 3 days, remember, that we've got for the finals. It's one weekend. So you have a bad day as a team, you're losing out on 33% of the overall points that you can garner. So it is crucial that all of these teams, they've used the preparation week that they had to be able to have actually that strength and that power coming in to have those 3 good days.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not quite sure if our producer did say we can show overall, or if we can't. But if we can't, okay, we can't, but because we've run out of time. However, I can give a little bit of a spoiler as we get into game number 3. What I absolutely love out of the overall standing so far, Highland Wolf, is that the top 2 teams have more elimination points than placement points. GEEKAY in first with 35, Ardu Thunders in second with 29, and I genuinely mean that. I love the fact that the top 2 teams have more more elimination points in place.
Look, I love it for a different reason. I just love it because they're aggressive, and you know me, I'm always about that aggression. And what better way than, of course, Sanhok to show that aggression? I'm hoping that we get a little bit of a fast-paced game, and I'm hoping that we can see that love of what we called that tennis or a football field, should I say, where it was that mountain. Because actually, Imperium, on a serious note, I don't think we've had a mountain finish so far on Sanhok this season.
I think we do. I might have had
maybe
it with
one.
Monica,
I've not.
and maybe one, or it kind of hovered around it and then it kind of yeeted away in the later circles. Not gonna lie, I do forget. What we do see in phase 1 is predominantly mainland, and that will certainly breathe a certain level of relief to these teams, because they'll be happier with the fact that they don't have to consider the rivers too heavily in these first couple of circles, and they can focus on controlling a certain amount of terrain in this mainland position.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit sad, honestly, that the mountain is going to be cut in half, just like my dreams of having a mountain finish, but it's okay, Imperium. It's okay. We're going to have at least a mainland finish. Good for these teams, though, because it means that they aren't going to have to decipher the puzzle of which island Sanhok is going to settle on. Instead, it's going to settle likely, at least on this mainland finish, but shouldn't say it too soon. We have had these changes in the past.
Yes, exactly. That's why I said in the first couple of circles, because I'm not disregarding the fact that a decent chunk of that Northwest Island is inside this phase 1 circle, and it's happened with, I believe, myself and Monica in the past, where it looked to be a mainland finish, and then it just the rug was pulled under all of the teams, and it went towards that Northwest Island. I believe it was a game that Ardu Thunders won, if I'm not mistaken. If my memory serves me correct. But again, I kind of asked a question around GEEKAY and what they're going to be able to do with this adaptability of that ruin split. They've gone there. It's going to be somewhat tricky for them, because they should know that Twisted Minds drop in Painan. I don't know how familiar they are with Major Pride, because I would argue that Major Pride don't normally drop around this area, if I'm not mistaken. So they could get caught out, unbeknownst to GEEKAY. But as of right now, they're still looting up, of course.
I mean, it's going to be, I think, for now, a slightly quiet phase. Of course, keep in mind that we won't see, as you said, that kind of crucial engagement between YALLA and GEEKAY. But when we did see, actually, GEEKAY change this up and go towards more of its ruin side, it was because Rad weren't there. So I think actually very important in a way that the only one did knock out Rad onto the finals, because it now allows GEEKAY to continue this idea where they can be able to take up this ruin side and rotate through that Painan area that we are accustomed to seeing. I am curious to see, though, how that's going to affect some of these other teams adapting in the finals, because surely looking back at that videos and the reviews of these teams like Major Pride, now Twisted Minds, have more of an opportunity to punish the likes of GEEKAY on these types of rotations.
True, certainly. You don't want to let it become your sole focus, because then it becomes narrow-minded in terms of the grander scope of the first couple of circles, which is maybe getting a little bit further ahead. Never mind the fact that the consistent playstyle that we've seen in the Arabic region has been go for in that deep central circle position in the first couple of circles, and RTG want to take full advantage of it. I think they had an idea that one of the only one players were there. He jumped through the window, got knocked. But hopefully Vault can get a bit of a response, and indeed he does.
I mean, it's just, again, the only one being punished, though, Imperium, by their 4-man 1-to-1-to-1-to-1 split. And actually, as a result, I'm surprised that the only one haven't cleaned this idea up. We've seen teams time and time again use the only one almost like a free elimination point on the early games.
Yeah, definitely. And I credit RTG on what was a very team-wide rotation in a cohesive way. Yeah, he shouldn't have jumped through the window like that. You're asking to get punished. However, because of that team-wide rotation, that team-wide push, the response is certainly there from the rest of the team. All right, we'll have heard those shots moving out from Paradise Resort, so you can see Prestigious tried to get a little bit of early information, but again, they don't want to commit too much towards that RTG engagement because of the fact that they're still relatively in the center of the circle. So yeah, time will tell on what R8 want to do with the information that they've gathered.
Yeah, a few changes as well in the other rotations. YALLA, of course, rotating up toward these northern hills instead, because this is much more of a more central main island Sanhok for the first phase. So going to try utilize the information versus like RTG, also RA coming down from Paradise Resort, as they must know. But instead, actually, the boot camp hill now taken up by Major Pride Imperium, who will also have, as we said, that eye up on the L compound about those teams on the south, as Conqueror being wild will have to fight versus Triple, and as they, for now, one down for Conquerors. They will be slightly split apart, just I believe the scout falling away. Still, Conqueror Akvo gotta continue here to continue away through outside of really Camp Bravo here are gonna look for a slightly better position overall and avoid the rest of Triple. Conqueror gonna settle for now.
It was genuinely great to see Triple Esports not lose a player early on in the game, and as much as that is said with a little bit of sass, it is a genuine point to make, because as much as we highlight the strength of having a full squad up in Miramar, I would argue it can be just as valuable in Sanhok, right? When you have a lot of snakes that can be coming into the late game, you have the blue. When you have a full squad up, it affords you to have a plan B, a plan C in your back pocket, whether that's a heal strat, whether that's a different kind of plan, as I said, in your back pocket. The more players you have up, the more easily it is for you to be able to pull that off.
The rest of these teams continuing to make their own rotations. Now, OOREDOO have crossed, as we can see, back North River. A little bit of an interesting position for Frozen, though, however, Imperium is that solo player on the North. A potential bit of an oopsie here, having been caught out for the rest of those three players. Or it could be the 4K IQ move in having all of that information, of course, on the northern side.
Okay, Ardu Thunders, what can you do? Major Pride, by the way, I don't know what happened with Frozen, but he landed like all the way up on the northern edge of the circle around Power's position, and Frozen's just been basically swimming throughout the first 7.5 minutes. I would argue he has literally like zero loot.
Has anything.
Yeah, I don't think he has anything. So look, you know, he's on a mission to join up with his team. I hope it works out, and as soon as it does, he's gonna have to grab as little loot as he can, and at the end of the day, it's still gonna be a body. It's still gonna be a meat shield for the rest of the team to stay up as a full squad if Frozen does join up with zero loot.
Poor Frozen, man. He's been swimming. I mean, he's got the gains on him, okay? Like Imperium, he has the muscle when it comes to swimming for that long.
Fair.
Coming into that boot camp side. He is going to be a big shield indeed.
What's your favorite swimming move?
See,
is that what you call it?
Contrary to the belief that it may be the doggy paddle, Imperium, I actually just like the front stroke. That's like more. That's just I'm just basic. I'm just boring. Like I mean, if you got like a more exciting like stroke,
breaststroke.
See, that's at least a bit more exciting. See, I used to do swimming teaching, and I always used to be like, you know, when you come out and you have like the pizza cutter, and you just like put your arms forward and you cut the pizza as you bring your arms out, and you have to bring them back, okay? And then it's a crocodile snap. See, that's why I find it exciting. Like that's how I taught the swim teaching, anyways.
To be fair, I'm terrible at swimming, so
I can teach you.
Yeah,
exactly.
Okay. My girlfriend's trying to teach you at the moment.
Island trip is confirmed, guys.
Just to teach Imperium how to swim. I'm down for that. I'm down for that. Phase 2 has popped up and it has gone a little bit down towards the southwest. There is still the threat of the northwest island and actually the southwest island in play. You have that eastern side of boot camp now more heavily focused for the likes of YALLA, NASR Esports, and Twisted Minds. But Major Pride, Frozen has been able to get onto land, get into a couple of buildings, is looting up, and is still relatively close to the rest of his team.
Still, it's going to be a very central second phase, as we say. So teams really going to have to double down on their own positions that they had. A few of these outskirting teams, so still to come in. I mean, SKYROCKET's NIGMA, heel strap. is what we're kind of expecting from them coming into the zone.
You have a bit of a cough there,
yeah. So, sorry, I've got a cold, so I'm just recovering from the colds.
No worries. This is what I'm worried about GEEKAY, by the way. I understand that maybe they were aware of Twisted Minds, so they didn't want to go too close to Painan. But to me, I think their rotation has been still a little bit too slow across these first couple of circles. Not that he needed to commit the whole team to this trifecta area, but getting some earlier scouting done on the hills to the west of the trifecta compound would have made more sense. They're still okay, but I worry that Major Pride will be able to get more heavy level of aggression on GEEKAY and suppress them, right? Suppress them into the buildings, and as the next circle pops up and it most likely will go towards mainland, it'll put even more blue zone pressure on GEEKAY.
Yeah, I mean, RA losing one to YALLA. Similar thing, I think, as you said, going to happen here towards the L compound. I think for now, though, GEEKAY are going to be fine. At least they're on the edge of the zone, right? So we don't have to move too far ahead, but it is going to be that third-party pressure of SKYROCKET coming in behind them.
Yeah, that's
true. So that's really going to be the catalyst, I think, for GEEKAY having to take that fight, or having, I think, more crucially, to move between those buildings to take in on that fight itself, where that is where Major Pride can capitalize on GEEKAY and take them out, as well as off this SKYROCKET too.
And RA are doing a pretty decent job of being proactive from this south of Paradise Resort position. They still want to be careful of teams coming in from behind. They've left that door open a bit more bigger than I would like them to. If the only one were a more aggressive team, I think they'd take advantage of it. POWR Esports are a little bit slower to the table on that northeastern edge, but again, this is something that we know RA don't. Like I said, the door is technically wider open than I'd like to see from RA.
Oh, but YALLA, it's continuing the long shots. You find another one onto OOREDOO Thunders. I mean, Catan, he's having a beautiful shooting hunt right now when it comes to players inside the woods. Is OOREDOO at least going to be down to 3? That will send them off, I think, from rotating further as a position. The rest of these teams still coming in. It will be POWR from the northern side. Still the only one coming behind is that full squad. So it is a little bit concerning for the likes of R8 for OOREDOO, depending on where this zone goes, of course, being reduced down to player.
Great position by NASR Esports, holding onto that north west hillside quarry position. And as the next circle to shift up north west, it's even better for them. So really good position for NASR to be in. They shouldn't really move right now, especially as they still have a full squad up. GEEKAY and Major Pride now going to start to engage on each other, and I believe GEEKAY have already lost one player and the second has been knocked.
Yeah, Major Pride's just continuing to punish through. They did at least wrap one around, so Satan did get away unscathed by Major Pride. The rest will become really that meat shield if we want to continue that idea for Major Pride, but they have the ideas on them. Satan has been spotted, so Major Pride do know there is a player behind, but Satan's already out of there. So it will, I assume for now, be only this real one player for GEEKAY continuing in this game.
Well, at least continuing in the circle, 3 in total, but you're right that there's one that's primarily inside the circle. What can he do on the edge of that boot camp hill position? POWR Esports now moving a little bit more cohesively towards the only one on the northeastern edge of Paradise Resort. Shots being laid out by the only one, but they already have a player knocked. So I do still like the fact that instead of going instantly for the revive, they're trying to suppress POWR in some form of way to slow them down and allow that revive to be executed.
Still, POWR gonna send out the nades. Will go slightly over the heads of the only one, sending out a secondary one off to the side.
That's a lot better.
Will
at
least miss out the only one again, but he's going in. That one's a third over the top, and the only one can't capitalize off of it though. They will lose one, they lose two. He doesn't need the nades to find the eliminations. It's gonna be knocked away as well.
Yeah, little the only one could do, right? Because they suffered a knock, so I wanted to give them an element of a compliment before POWR got the better of them and POWR took full advantage in the right way. This should alert the attention of R8 though. They most likely will have heard those shots on the other side, and we do see a replay of what Hope did, what happened to Hope, should I say, earlier on against Major Pride. But Major Pride has sent, I believe, 2 or 3 of their players into boot camp, which I think is really not a bad. Two of their players, and they have two on the coastline. I would argue that's actually not a bad strat to pull off. It might not look good, but when it's 2-2, I think it's not a bad idea.
I think that the only crucial thing that we have to look at for Major Pride though now is that we don't get too confused by the scale of boot camp. They don't try to go for too many entrances in onto the compound. If it does shift down there back towards Major Pride, we have seen teams in the past in Imperium where they try to control all these entrances late game. They get overwhelmed, they lose players on one side, and from then they begin to crumble.
Definitely. And that's where the quickness of their adaptation on the next circle shift will be so important for telling their ability to control the late game, whether or not they stay up as a full squad. Difficult for Falcons if they have triple esports guarding them outside of the blue and in towards the edge of the circle as centralized. So great for YALLA, great for OOREDOO Thunders, and great for R8.
Especially these hills, OOREDOO Thunders really R8 can also walk into to control. Right now, Triple much more prioritized though on Falcons, as you said, is Triple being really gatekeeping Falcons on this more northeasterly side, but Triple, they're struggling as well. Pushed down to minimal health and barely gets it off, only to be knocked back down again, though, by Yusuf, and Falcons will not be stopped.
Hello, Darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk to take you down again. Unfortunately, Triple Esports have been eliminated. Falcons will still be punished in the blue, I think, a little bit by the side of POWR Esports. On a side note, NIGMA Galaxy are pulling off a plan B of a heel strap by Freak already inside this phase 4, and the 3 remaining players on the southwestern edge of the circle.
GEEKAY stepping up. They did also get all of their other 3 players into the zone to Imperium, and Major Pride trying to defend against them, but they've let them all by, and now they have to come in past them.
They will indeed. GEEKAY still surviving as a 3-person team. Hope persistent in the hope to stay alive and keep GEEKAY within a solid amount of points of this game. Number 3, teams down on the south side, outside of the circle for the time being. 4K, Twisted Minds, NASR Esports, and a little bit of YALLA for the moment. It's going to be difficult as YALLA have firm control inside the compound that's more towards the center of the circle.
Still going to be very in the favor of those already inside the compounds, is those will at least provide some sanctuary for the rest of these teams coming on the outside. SKYROCKET trying to dash into one of those. There's CONQUEROR very close on the chase behind. At least we'll find one, but it's a 1-for-1 trade on the knock, so Rio will have to be revived, slowing that aggression through. Twisted Minds, so unfortunately cannot handle the pressure. They will be the next to fall out from the game, as the Blues are closing into phase 5, catches out even more of those rotations. NASR finding a way to double the 4K, and Darwi left to walk, but we're 2 in them to the green and the home of NASR on this hill.
Well, NASR understanding the fact that playing on the edge of the circle is the best strategy and looking to pick up a number of eliminations from teams who are around them, behind them, right, is so important, because them pushing down that hill towards the compound locked by YALLA is incredibly difficult, so they know that they have to pick up as many eliminations as they could.
Still, YALLA finding the better out of all of these teams, but they have to move too. Imperium, the zone has got up towards that northern side, and R8, another banger of a game for them. They have to control though this northern side with those southern teams coming in, but GEEKAY on that south are raining it through onto release 1 of SKYROCKET. Will find the elimination as the rest dip behind here through the rock side.
What the hell? What? Wait, whoa. What happened to Major Pride? Did my old person memory just like blank out? I don't know exactly, but they are out of here, and GEEKAY, who were put under a lot of pressure by Major Pride early on, have been the ones to kind of stay alive for the majority of the game. That's certainly interesting, but as the circle has centered up, once again, it's great for OOREDOO Thunders and fantastic for R8.
And SKYROCKET's gonna at least keep themselves in for one. The zone still is going to be for R8, and it is all but them to control. The rest of these teams coming slowly forward in. GEEKAY stepping over the hill. So difficult. Swear Papa Blue, in the words of Mustard,
Dave, comes into play.
Papa
Phase
Blue.
5 becomes so difficult.
Oh, no, where's Sebastian? Dave, we've got to talk about it, Imperium. And it's all this fighting on the south end. RTG stepping forward into YALLA. And the YALLA are getting bruised up by the rest of RTG down to only Saif. Seeing all 4 members of RTG.
Woo!
But over the top they go. Vault finds it. We'll find the loot of the body as well. And look now for the reset as NASR still though in the lying wait on the edge of that battle. Down to one themselves, so will not take it.
RTG are one of those teams that are pretty good at gaining an element of momentum between the Miramar and Sanhok games. I believe it was Super Weekend number 3 where they got back-to-back chicken dinner between Miramar and Sanhok. And yeah, okay, they didn't win the previous game, but they certainly did a good result, and they're looking for another one.
OOREDOO. Bowling though, it's the bowling alley of GEEKAY and Satan. He's a pinball. And that is, he will be the next one to be potentially bounced here by Hassan. Stepping over the zone, Crows is in, and they've got the first aid meds. They will actually outlive, though OOREDOO is he will lose one of their members for now. Smoker goes back to the healing. They're gonna handshake as both of them will look to reset. Potentially one will dive in. Smoker's thinking about it. We'll send down the next nade onto Satan. Maybe is it gonna hit? No, we will not. And Smoker back to the healing again. Both of these teams holding away. Satan will be found though. There it comes as Smoker will pick up the one.
More importantly for our new Thunders, he got the eliminations.
Yeah.
That's an extra point on board that they expected, and an extra placement. We're down to 5 teams, 9 players. NIGMA Galaxy, they have a plan B heal strat, by the way, and they still have 2 players up that are inside the blue, or at least closer to the edge of the circle.
And this is crucial for NIGMA, because if they can at least keep the pressure up in the front of that circle, buys the time, or well, shortens the time required, realistically, should I say, for that healer to be in the blue zone and gets more points in the field for them, as well as looking for the eliminations out front. But those eliminations firmly in the hands of POWR for now. 8 so far, Imperium. This team quietly has been very, very aggressive indeed.
Why I kind of put a lot of weight on them coming into the finals, and they're a team that excite me, and there's a sparkle in their eyes. They don't always play the best as a team, but what they don't create as a team, they make up with individual prowess, with individual clutch moments, and this is another one they're looking to create.
Can't deny though, still R8 holding up in the house seas for the meantime. This POWR, they step down to knock on a door, but they will be denied entry. Too clean away for R8, as they will find the extra 2 eliminations for themselves. NIGMA maybe looking for one, if that all is they can muster. The Lords is going to be spied out. R8 are going to take what will be their second victory of the day here, as there goes the other for NIGMA. Second place confirmed for them, but as we say, R8 a back-to-back win.
Back-to-back, baby. R8, so happy for them. Because again, coming into the fall split, I said to Monica, I want them to be a middle-of-the-pack team, right? I want them to kind of utilize the long format tournament to their advantage to really gain, learnings from strategies, learnings from positions, learnings from rotations, and it's obvious that they've done every element of that to their advantage, and in the finals, 2 chicken dinners in a row, they're looking good. They are looking very good.
Let's check out those match rankings as well to see how good they are. Imperium, 23 points for them. But POWR, you have to acknowledge, 18 points for them. Another 8 eliminations up to their total of 15 between the last 2 games.
Yeah.
They are still looking on fire for them.
They are, man. And look, all they need to do is keep this trend up. Yes, there will come a small point where possibly their lack of placement points will stop them from breaching the top 2, possibly. But in terms of initiating the first 3 games, what I'm looking for, POWR Esports are hitting so many of those checkpoints. NIGMA, on the other hand, again, if you were to ask me what team would play a more passive playstyle in the first 3 games of the finals, NIGMA would be the last team, I would say, right? But they've had 5 elimination points in 3 games. That's wild.
Look, it's all that we can hope for, at least. And first, we got to see what the next half of the day will have in store, as we will go to a break and check out Erangel next. Welcome back here to the second half of the first day here at the finals of the PMPL Arabia. Myself and Imperium joining you for today's ride. As, of course, it is that phone down below. We got to talk about it. Imperium, the upgrade performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports 2022 as well. If you want to get in-game and get your own rewards, so Imperium, check out the Iraq football team, our official sponsor of the finals themselves. And of course, show respect to the Iraqi people. The first time we collaborate with the Iraq football team, you can get in-game items since the H5 event launch on the 22nd of July. And don't forget to follow the community tournament of the Iraq football team from the 19th to the 25th of July as well. Imperium, always a good track.
Always good indeed. We're 3 games in, man, so we're halfway through day 1, so certainly allows us to evaluate a couple of things. We've had 2 out of 3 games won by Alright. Certainly not the most, like, even though it's certainly been successful wins for Alright, not the most dominating wins, as we have a look at the overall standings, page 1 of it as well. Alright, Esports, yeah, they've got 47 points, but again, kind of, they've got 31 placement points and only 16 elimination points. That is something to be said. Whereas I look at kind of, again, GEEKAY, OOREDOO Thunders and second and third is looking a little bit healthier with the amount of distribution between placements and elimination points.
Yeah, kind of looking between those 5 points between the two. 10 at a maximum is what we're really looking for these teams. There will kind of spread out more as we see more games. Only 3 out of our 18 finals games played so far, but also very nice to see, I think, some of these teams who we wanted to see improve. So not only OOREDOO, but also Road to Glory, their FALCONS also, who are coming in from the lower end of those Super Weekends overall standings to now the top 5 here in Imperium.
Indeed. Top 5 for Team Falcons is certainly not a bad thing. NIGMA Galaxy 23-5. What is that distribution? You're the defending champions. Why does it look so poor? I know we're only 3 games in, but I gave NIGMA such a heavy pass across the PMPL league stages where whether it's you or Monica kind of, you know, maybe put a bit more pressure on them in that regard. Now it's the finals. Yeah, I need to see them step up. I need to see them become hungry, become aggressive. And we haven't seen it so far.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some of those other aggression plays, those extra desperation plays, if you could like to see from the likes of Major Pride behind them. If you look back towards that Miramar game, right, as we check out that second page though of the overall standings, 4K there in that 9th position, rising up slowly, but still a lot more to do when it comes to some of these other teams. YALLA, the only one, of course, on the bottom of the page. I think more surprising for YALLA, considering the veteranship and their experience coming into the PMPL Arabia.
Yeah, experience does play a big part. NASR, I think, has a little bit of a surprise in terms of, so in the league stage, I think they kind of went under radar in a big way, in a positively big way, of how they performed, how they improved, how they did use the length of the Super Weekends to their advantage. And I was maybe expecting a bit more from them in the finals. They've made 1 or 2 poor rotational mistakes. That's okay, but still a decent distribution. 19 points. They're not outside the realms of possibility in terms of getting into the top 5 by the end of the day. Whereas for YALLA, the only one, especially YALLA, it's a massive surprise to see them so low down.
Yeah, I mean, it's always going to be those surprises with a couple of those teams. Also, I think a bit unfortunate to see Triple Esports down there as well, considering how we praised them for their improvement, Imperium, through those 3 Super Weekends. So looking to see a bit more aggression through some of those teams' twisted minds alike to the rest of them. I think, though, still many more of these games to go. We're only 3 out of the 18 games so far played, Imperium, and Erangel up next. A lot more comfort again for all of these teams to play through.
Yeah, definitely. 3 games indeed. Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok. Once again, we still have 2 2 days left after this as well. So this realistically is early going on. Yeah, okay, it's only 18 games in total. We'll be 1/3 of the way through the games at the end of this day. But still, teams have got to understand that as much as it's a sprint, you still got to be cohesive with that sprint. Don't burn yourself out early on. Play the long game within reason.
It's not really a sprint. Actually, do you know what I would like to call it? I would like to call it like, you know, the 400-meter hurdles, where you see the really athletes, I should rather mention, and they get to the last hurdle and then they trip Imperium and someone overtakes them. That's kind of thing we're looking for. In each of these games, really a hurdle that these teams have to come across.
Oh, the playing path for this game, number 4 of the day, is quite tricky, especially if you want to drop on the eastern side. So Major Pride will go to their normal drop spot of South George and kind of somewhat hospital split. All right, not going to North George? Okay, this is interesting. Unexpected. Maybe because 90th minute aren't in the finals and that Primorsk quarry area is more open. They didn't feel as comfortable with the playing path going to North George. I think they believe SKYROCKETs will go to North George with them. So I think they wanted an area to themselves. So they've changed up their drop spot for this game to Primorsk quarry. This is really interesting.
But also a very comforting playing path to the zone here as well. So we'll at least be able to show off a bit more of how these teams are going to at least play through this first phase. I think especially, though, considering all of these teams that we mentioned dropping down to the South Island Imperium, how that bridge really will look in terms of the control. Now, we kind of mentioned it inside the league stage that Conqueror do tend to walk away from the bridge. We've seen a few other teams attempt that bridge control time to time, but not often, whereas a zone like this, a lot of these teams probably more than likely going to want to look towards this more western bridge. However, we have seen as wider eastern bridge rotations coming through Potato Hill too.
Yeah, look, to me, Conqueror shouldn't be looking to bridge camp that western bridge. There's more benefit locking down the Ferry Pier hillside rather than on the compound that's on the northern side of the Ferry Hill, rather than locking down a potential bridge camp. The other area they could hold on to is that compound on the hill to the north of it that Riva's currently on, because teams, even though it is a very westerly playing path, teams will still be moving in from the eastern side, such as Twisted Minds, the only one, and potentially NIGMA Galaxy. So that's something that Conqueror could also do to create a bit of an early suppression.
Triple, actually an interesting rotation by them. So they immediately take the vehicles from SKYROCKET and they say, well, look, if we can't have our location on towards Nova, we will go elsewhere and we will go towards this more eastern side. And a good read actually by Triple. So they do actually not only avoid SKYROCKET, I mean, Twisted Minds sure are there, but there is so much of this eastern side available because that plane path Imperium was so westerly.
Indeed. Falcons do get to their normal drop spot of Yasna and Polyana, but they'll be somewhat late on their looting phase in their rotation. Could arguably say it's the same for GEEKAY and NASR Esports, right? And you can see GEEKAY still kind of grabbing their vehicles and moving in. Although something that we have seen as a bit more of a trend for obvious reasons, as teams and players will pick up a vehicle before they start looting up, because if you already have a vehicle in your compound, it means that when you do loot up, you're not looking for those vehicles. You're not potentially getting caught up by teams around you.
So
you have the instant transport.
Look, it almost weighed it off. J9, maybe we'll get to the skills. But improving, though. I'm glad that we're improving. I know, right? It was better than like the party bus that we saw in Miramar. That wasn't so great.
We don't talk about that, mate. We don't talk about that. Like, plus, it's a difficult vehicle to control. Whereas,
I mean, last time I checked, vehicles were supposed to have the wheels like on the ground, not the roof of the car.
Yeah, but also the wheels being in the air technically saves the tires from wearing out.
That's true. That's efficiency right there.
See, I'm a racer in my heart, so I understand the fundamentals of looking after your tires to give yourself more longevity. I genuinely wish that was the case in in PUBG Mobile, by the way, if the tires actually did have grip, that the more you use the vehicle, the harder it became to control because of the tire wear. I genuinely think that would add maybe an unwelcoming level of strategy, but I think it would create a lot of strategy around the use of vehicles and how often they're used in a game by teams, because bar fuel, you don't need to, and obviously damage, you don't need to worry about how often you use a vehicle. If you hold on to it for the whole game, it's there. But if tire wear came into it, I think it would add a great element of strategy to teams' playstyle.
Okay, fair enough. There's probably going to be a meter. It would tell you how much tire wear and tear you've got left. But like, wouldn't it be hilarious, Imperium, if these teams were trying to crash a compound in Miramar in the midst of the open, or Erangel midst open, and then they get stuck halfway because the vehicle gives way in terms of tires? That would be a bit of a Batman.
Definitely, and that's where I think it would add
a highlight.
Element of
that's a highlight
strategy.
Right there.
Plus, it'd be highlight moment. Jesus. Love the way you think of the statistic side, whereas I think of the competitive
It's only
side.
the videographer side. It's like the broadcast side of me. I'm thinking the highlight team, you know.
Oh, yeah.
It's all about the content.
It's all about that content, baby. It's all about those views, those clicks. You know, you put on an epic thumbnail with a shock face and this car did what? Question mark,
exactly.
you know? Like...
Exactly that.
You never believe what this car did next.
I know,
dot.
Someone hire us. Someone hire us for the PUBG mobile highlights team. We got it sorted.
We'll give the idea to Maxman. He works on the social media team as is. So, you know,
we want credit.
We'll just get royalties off it. It'll be grand, man.
Anyways, I mean, it's still a comfortable phase 1 Imperium. A lot of these teams, naturally, from the Super Weekend and those league stage, these continuing their strategies, so really focusing around that Potato Hill and really that Roshok side. I'm curious to see, as we always say, those wider rotations, though, right? How are these teams going to adapt on the north to south side?
Well, because of the variability of where teams chose to drop based on the playing path, I don't think we're going to see as many wide rotations as you think. You also need to consider the fact that you do have, just because you do have a little bit of that military island in play, so it takes roughly about a quarter to a third of that phase 1 circle out of the mix on a wider rotation. And with this phase 1 complementing the playing path, it just means that a wider rotation is not really as possible as previous games. It does allow for slower rotations to be made from the likes of YALLA, RTG, 4K as well up on that northern side. See, 4K might have expected R8 to drop around North George, so they could be presuming that R8 is still inside North George, and that's why they're taking their time to rotate from the Zarky area.
I mean, especially considering that they may use more of that kind of outskirts of Georgia pole, they may even possibly think of a rotation if or a river crossing, if that is also an option for them. They will begin to, I think, figure out that there is no one there.
That's not a bad idea.
I know, right? I mean, especially considering considering that our zone is very centralized towards that more east or western side, sorry, should I say. So dropping on towards that beach is still an option to avoid the pressure, right? If you are later in.
It really is, man. Like, the second you said that, you know, that light bulb just went off in my head. And I was like, that's a big brain move. If phase 2 shifts over massively to the west, that quick rotation to the coastline compound is going to be quite valuable. Or, of course, even just go for that bridge rotation on that far western bridge.
Hire me for PMPL Arabia teams, confirmed.
Look, you know, if you want an epic coach on your side that's going to tell a load of terrible jokes, just hire me. What?
That's true. That's it. The dad jokes are confirmed.
There you go. Yeah. Exactly. But the last phase 2 does shift far away from that western coastline, more favoring the eastern side of phase 1. Still a little bit of military island in play. It is quite centralized around flat terrain. You have the Chopsticks area of the hill to the south of it, controllable. You have Pachinki Hill, of course, and even that Fairy Pier hillside also pretty valuable for a number of teams. More importantly, CONQUEROR.
Very centralized, though. I mean, NIGMA, of course, we all knew NIGMA were going to take really the Highlands Hills. Also, to be fair, we kind of saw it in game number 1. I'm happy that, you know, we get to express our Highlands Hills Imperium. It is natural that we have that inside the finals, considering it was like a daily feature, really, for the season, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Kind of like, you know, it's like
your bread and butter.
You need to take your vitamins every day. It's like you need to have your Highland Hills every day. A daily dose of Highland Hills. Or is it you know, an apple a day keeps a doctor away. A Highland Wolf Hills a day keeps the doctor away. Yeah, there you go. There you go. But Twisted Mind's gonna push a little bit closer towards CONQUEROR. By the way, that split that CONQUEROR had was just too unfocused on one area. It's like they tried to have their cake and eat it too, of watching their backs with OOREDOO Thunders and watching ahead of them with the likes of Twisted Minds. I get the idea, but I don't think it was the right call in these first couple of circles. I said that they shouldn't bridge camp, and that's definitely true. They didn't do that, but they also didn't focus enough on a team breaching in onto their compound in phase 2, and they've allowed Twisted Minds to get to this area. And we'll have to wait and see if Twisted Minds are going to make them pay for it.
I'm also feeling that very close together, all of these teams, and as much as they may not be attacking each other right now, Imperium, very dependent on where this kind of phase 3 zone goes, right? Because all of these teams, the later ones to rotate in, coming into phase 3, will naturally upset a few of those positions. But crucially, if we get kind of these hard shifts, maybe up to the north side or down to the south, still keep in mind that South Island still barely in play, could definitely affect a lot of these squads inside GEEKAY, because it is so flat. It is particularly difficult to navigate out and through from.
Major Pride playing through the western edge of the circle, getting quite close to R8, who are splitting their own way around Quarry, by the way, in the compounds to the east of Quarry, an unorthodox split, and they've allowed Major Pride to create a more controlling area around them. So I don't know what R8 are looking to do inside this phase 2. 4K are also coming in a little bit further behind them out of the blue of phase 2 into that western edge of the circle.
CONQUEROR still continuing to also overlook Twisted Minds, finally beginning to centralize on their ideas. Is phase 3 going to close in Imperium, and it is very decisive on where it will go. All up to these players on now the rotations.
Yes. Okay. Phase 3 heavily down south. It is away from the Highland Hills, I might add, but certainly encapsulating still that northern tip of the military island and the water in play. That phase 3 circle mass has been whittled down to minimum phase 4 amount, so it's going to be very pressurized for a lot of these teams.
Look, all these teams rotating, I'm just going to say that if I was Monica right now, I know for a fact she would want that zone to continue to that South Island. I mean, there is a sliver, and as long as there's a sliver, Imperium, Monica, she will go for it.
Honestly, it would be a big brain play for the likes of SKYROCKETs if they wanted to go for that direct coastline rotation. No, genuinely, if they want to go for that direct coastline rotation from the very southern tip of the coastline to the northern tip of the island, it would make sense because they're still gonna have time to pick up vehicles, and it's a risky play. It's kind of putting all your eggs in one basket.
It's a Monica play, really, isn't it?
But it's a Monica play, and it really could work out. But alas, they're opting to go for that coastline compound that's to the east of that western bridge, which wasn't occupied in the previous circle, and they're going to grab a little bit of control over ahead of Triple Esports.
POWR already going to lose a series of their players, but so R8 and R8 not going to have a comfortable game this time around. They will be found out as is. Going to dodge out an nade for now. Try to step over the hillside. Is here R8 Ida still in the back end trying to find a flank, but will be able to find it at least for one for now. In down, POWR goes to the solo players, all up to as is. Ida is low and deep, but gets the first aid med off in time, but not quick enough to the weapon, as it will not be switched in the due course. Now Prestige stepping in, looking for the eliminations, trying to find the shots, but as it still is there over the hillside, and both of them will reload back down to Aziz, trying to find the extra angle as R8 looks for the flush, looks for the elimination points. Aziz with the extra help of Alahai will find it, and down R8 goes, 16th from their back-to-back wins.
Mistakes from both sides. All right, remember when I said that they were heavily split on the previous circle? That meant that, you know, joining, banding up together and moving into this very pure hillside position was always going to make it a little bit harder, and that was kind of a product of it. And there was even a lack of coordination in those final moments when Prestige did a great job on his own to pick up a double knock, and then his teammate was nowhere ready to be seen. But then POWR Esports shouldn't have allowed, and there's no need for them to lose and confirm 2 players down from their side. They should have won that team fight with at most 1 player being eliminated.
No, I mean, I think they went too greedy, really, for those kind of eliminations. Ida just wasn't really able to find that clean initial fight, and as you say, it was messy. Unfortunately, both of them losing those players early, but as that zone is going to shift a hard one once more away to that eastern side, and so many rotations now need to be made by these teams. But for SKYROCKET and Dribble, they need this fight, I think, taken up quickly, because there is a lot more players going to be looking at this location.
Especially because the northern half of that compound is free. Now, that might be unbeknownst to a couple of these teams, but the risky part for SKYROCKET and Triple Esports is that a team like FALCONS is able to breach the edge of that compound, the edge of that area, without going for risky push to them, and they can third party in the right way. But of course, a lot of traffic is going to be clustered on that western side of the circle. Highland Wolf, you've Twisted Minds, CONQUEROR, you have YALLA actually eliminated. You have the likes of the only one, GEEKAY, 4K, Major Pride, RTG, all on that western edge of the circle.
And crucially, all of that western side is the low ground, is that open fields, Imperium, the hills, the high ground, the cover. Yeah. That's all towards that more easterly end where FALCONS, Triple, SKYROCKET are. So they are going to have such a mega advantage, but they have to make sure they can clean up those fights that they're in currently, be able to have that position to hold, because there are, as we say, going to be these teams making those big rotations, the bold moves to get there.
Major Pride suffering a little bit from the blue. They've 1 player dead. Milky Way makes it across and looking to pull off a first aid. His 2 teammates looking to get a bit of a break against 4K, but they're going to walk into the loving arms of the only one. And oh my god, 4K are going to help get a drop off, and now Frozen is going to look for another. Major Pride going for a hit and run, my man.
He's still alive as well. He keeps up the momentum, but they have nowhere to stop. Finally, Frozen will be caught as NASR will find it. Nomi is in an absolute no man's land between every one of these players. Will try to look for the revive. Do not go for it. No, don't do it. Nomi finds herself caught in the position, and that is going to be a dire end, you gotta think, for Major.
Maybe I'm trying not to count it out just yet. If he can get a smoke off, might be able to keep him alive.
They're already knocked. It's already over.
Yeah, I know. But look, it's not over till the
That's true.
He sings, and I haven't started singing. I don't know if I have not started singing. But I tell you who has started singing. And is the side of the only one, as they're trying to scream to keep themselves alive. Just 2 players up for their side. Sorry, 1 player up, as RTG have just 2 players up.
I mean, can you sing the Imperium? That's a real question. As RTG finds one. Oh, okay. Well, good job. Good job. Major Pride is still alive then, right? So
there you go. There you go.
Still, NASR looking for one of RTG Imperium. They will find an A. There comes the one. Can they find a second? Oh, you gotta hope they can, but we'll go wide. At least we'll find unknown there is the players that will calculate that extra elimination point. Major Pride, the last player at Milky Way, is very far out of the rest of these teams, and could be revenge for the only one here. Still 2 up, and they are the ones camping here. Major as NASR still in the fight versus RTG.
NASR doing a great job. Up to 4 eliminations. They're still 3 players strong, holding on to the northern edge of the circle. Milky Way picks up 1, can't find the other. He goes down, and NASR are going to pick up the squad right onto RTG as well. So 11 teams left, 35 players.
And NASR will find the revives. They have a bit more open space to them. All of those solos went down.
Highland Wolf. Look at that circle shift.
Oh my days. Oh no. Oh, it's a Monica shift. Oh, someone catch me. I'm going to fall. Oh,
sweet baby Jesus. What a shift. You have 50% water in play of this phase 5 shift. I wouldn't be surprised if the likes of OOREDOO Thunders, maybe Falcons, maybe 4K, just swing for the fences and drive their vehicles into the water. It's probably going to get them somewhat a top 5 with only 9 teams left.
Oh, jeez. Imperium, if you are one of these teams, okay, where do you go? Where do you hope for? I mean, Falcons should have got that kind of northern compound still intact, but the rest of these teams, oh baby, there is nowhere to go.
No, there really is, like, OOREDOO Thunders, they have the possibility of kind of fending off, like, the NIGMA Galaxy on that western edge, but that's going to be difficult in its own right. Like, you can see right there, there's so little cover, so if anything, they're forced to drive into the water, like I said, and 2 of their players have done that down on the edge of the cliffside. You still have Hamco and Smoker that are around there. CONQUEROR are going to go for the fences swinging on the water side, and they make it into the underside of the cliff.
Uh-oh, but someone's got explosives in the water. Don't you tell them not to have explosives in the water of Imperium. They almost take themselves out, but Rio is going to be able to survive for now. Goes in the car, and a Sand I don't think has it. Maybe we can find the extra shots if Rio can capitulate and find the one. Gallagher still there on their own as the shed is taken up by 4K, but Anaconda steps out and will get punished from behind, but it's power blowing up by the NASR.
Oh, strategy goes out the window. This is Hail Mary play styles that are going to be willing. You just gotta hope that you can stay alive and you make it into the edge of the circle. Of course, incredibly valuable for SKYROCKET. They've kept Rip inside the compound while Easy and Triple R look to try and punish the teams that are hanging onto the cliffside. Easy gets knocked, but he will most likely get revived up by his teammate to keep them up as a 3-person team.
And look, Conqueror in OOREDOO Imperium, they've moved away from that south side. So actually, NIGMA, they've been able to open up a little bit more space for themselves, but it's still SKYROCKET overlooking them on that hillside, and that's the problem. You can see the smokes being deployed. They will need a bit more of an push to be able to capitalize over SKYROCKET, as they still have a mega position in this game.
Yeah, that's true, but NIGMA have timed their movements extremely well over the past kind of 3 to 4 minutes and moving away from their position, and they've coordinated extremely well. Rolf now does send across the road on a vehicle along with his teammate Lord, so they're going for a 2-2 split, trying to pinch between OOREDOO Thunders and SKYROCKETs, and oh my god, if I thought the previous shift was painful enough, this one is even more. Just send the needle right into my veins, because that is more than 60% water inside this phase 6.
Oh, Imperium, I'm shooting pure evil into your blood system right now. I mean, this phase 5, it feels like we're already on phase 8, phase 9. These teams have nowhere to go. If they had a place to go in the lasso, well, say goodbye to that one.
Hey, look, Luffy sends it on to the eastern cliffside. Is still inside this game as a solo player for the only one. Falcons did opt to go for that kind of compound that was on that northeastern edge of the circle. GEEKAY have gone a little bit close by as a 2-person team holding onto the low ground on the underside. You can see that they have a 1-1 split as of right now. NIGMA Galaxy send it into the water. And yeah, this is, like I said, most strategy out the window at this stage. The 6 teams, 15 players alive.
Oh, so I like to see it as pure action. Imperium is GEEKAY looking for that extra elimination point. NIGMA, unfortunately, just cannot cut that rotation through. Will be chopped up by the members of SKYROCKET. I mean, Falcons are going to send it into the rock just to make sure they get behind it, as SKYROCKET cannot find them there. We'll be able to hold up a position. Luffy is there on the coastal line too. The final one, the only one for the squad.
This could be the end for SKYROCKET. They've had a great game so far with 8 eliminations, so even if they go down now, it's been a successful result in game 4 of the day for them. It's the fact that so many teams are going to be looking in their direction. Rip is going to rip it through one of the Falcon players.
A lot of these teams have already went towards the coastal line, so at least SKYROCKET have a bit more breathing room. NIGMA really were their big threat coming in, so dispatching of NIGMA grants them this more space. Now, Falcons do have though that high ground too. They get behind the rocks.
And look at Hamco and Osama. That's what I worry about with SKYROCKET. That's what I said. Their days may be up inside this game because of the amount of teams that are around it that still have landmass. It just remains to be seen.
I mean, GEEKAY, we might have something to say about Osama here as he tries to find the shots through. GEEKAY will be the one taken out though. And now Osama will be able to have more free reign once more over SKYROCKET here. but it's still Falcons. They have this rock side. They have a bit more security, and it's up to Falcons. Can they survive? Can they outlive these other teams, or can SKYROCKET break through with those nades? They do not have any more, though. Triple R is out, but they do have 4 smokes, so at least can build some sort of a bridge.
Can SKYROCKET blast off at the speed of light? Can they make the other teams surrender now and prepare for their own fight for the chicken dinner?
Do not.
That is right. That is right.
Imperium. The dad jokes, they are impeccable.
That is poetic, man.
That is poetic. I mean, it is true 1980s TV POG.
1980s?
Is that
Pokemon is from 1990s to the 2000s, bro.
Oh my days, bro.
Bruh. Okay, just get back to the game. We're 14 F9 players. God, Hyden Wolf.
I thought it was 1990s. I thought it was older than that. Sorry, I misjudged. I misjudged your age. I thought you were more ancient, Imperium, but it's okay.
I'm even more insulted.
OOREDOO still overlooking here. SKYROCKET is they are still stuck. They haven't moved, Imperium, but it's okay. We're still alive, and so OOREDOO, as they got their own ace. Keep in mind, they've got still 3. They've been holding them for a long while. However, that real bush is a pain when it comes to looking over the window. Is Triple R. They may not realize that there is a window to shoot through, and they will use all of their nades for now. 1 left in the tank, as they will now use the smokes, move forward in, and they've got an excellent position here, actually coming in behind Falcons, who Falcons have moved away from this location, Imperium. They've more kind of clumped up together.
Well, great use of smokes by OOREDOO Thunder as well. They use that to their advantage, and they send 2 of their players who are on the high ground of the cliff into the edge of the circle.
The only one using the pan strat. Imperium. When this first realized by me, when you crouch, when you use the pan, you make absolutely almost 0 sound. It is crucial for the only one here is Falcons. Have not noticed an inch of Luffy right now, but SKYROCKET have noticed Falcons. Will send forward the shots, but each of these teams very unwilling to move because all of them, of course, are still in this phase 7.
I like this from SKYROCKET. Going for a 1-1 split is probably the best that they can expect. Triple R's inside the shack. There's no need to have 2 of their players inside the shack, and a pre-smoke by Easy to try not only make it easier for himself, but also Triple R to move around that shack. It's going to be quite valuable. You can see OOREDOO Thunders, they're pushing so beautifully and so coordinatedly on the side of the cliff that they do have the pinch on the Triple R.
SKYROCKET still holding on. 9 eliminations for them. They are still alive. OOREDOO are making work in towards Falcons as the nade just barely doesn't tip over that hilltop. This rock will block it for now. Falcons going on a bit of a bowling trip as they are searching for the solo member of the only one. Also scouting out their options for retreat is the zone. Still very much on this coastal edge. And neither team still willing to move too far. SKYROCKETs have now moved Easy to more of that northern front, so we'll have a greater idea of OOREDOO as Hamco Osama laying out more smokes, but Falcons catching at least Hassan on the ground there may look to find the elimination, but it isn't quite a bet.
It doesn't really matter though, because Hassan is down on the
it's all about survival, right?
Side, so he's not staying alive.
There's Osama here as well, going down in for the fight. There they begin. SKYROCKETs finally blow open the fight. They will find at least one onto Osama. They keep themselves alive, but it's a 1-for-1 trade, and they have the high ground here for Hamco. They have Easy on their eye line, as it will be SKYROCKETs to fall in onto 3rd position. 2nd, it looks like, though, for OOREDOO Thunders, as Falcons have awoken and are ready to spread their wings for their own chicken dinner. They looked good on the last Erangel game, but they look to make it one better with the win. They find Hassan. They won't lose the ground members, and now is Hamco all alone in his little tiny castle on the top, but he gets it. He turns it around, and Falcons are 2nd place. Is there OOREDOO will be the kings of the castle.
Man, OOREDOO Thunder, such an impressive late game they played. It was beautiful. It was really beautiful the way they navigated around NIGMA Galaxy. They navigated around that coastline position. I didn't think they were going to do it. I thought they might have committed to that. I would have understood if they had have done that, but they have so much confidence in their ability as a team that they spread themselves out in a position where they were able to help each other. And yes, they had the backup on the underside of the cliff in the form of Hassan, but as a duo, the way they moved up that hillside was so good. And even earlier on, when they threw out those two smokes, when they were on the high ground of that cliff point, and they were kind of pressurized by Falcons. The second they got further in towards those smokes, there was a massive rock in between themselves and Falcons that they knew that they were covered from Falcons from that point onwards. So they only had to focus on SKYROCKET. That was so good from OOREDOO Thunders.
Look, I mean, as we check out those match rankings as well, OOREDOO Thunders, the phenomenal performance and a finals performance, I think, is what we were really expecting from them to show up here with. It's 25 points for them, but SKYROCKET still getting another double-digit game for them in terms of those eliminations, the placement points, getting to 20 points, and Falcons to pip to the post, but still another good Erangel game for them.
Man, NIGMA Galaxy, the defending champions, are being genuinely finessed by a lot of teams. Like, they're getting outperformed in a big, big way. Some of these teams are so much hungrier right now to win. They're I'm sorry, but NIGMA are not playing as champions, and this is where it starts to get more aggressive. And it's not just because they've struggled to pick up the placing points. It's more importantly because they haven't even gotten a decent amount of elimination points, right? That's why I said so many more of these teams are hungrier to win, hungrier to prove themselves, and hungrier to become champions of PMPL Arabia.
Yeah, I mean, it's second page of the leaderboard. Also, a lot of these teams, as we know, need to continue to perform. I mean, RA, a scrappy 16th position finished for them, only getting those 2 elimination points they picked up towards the end of the fight. Imperium, I mean, YALLA and Triple still to continue to get off the board here, though, when they only get really another single-digit game for them. And to kind of go back to your point, it is, I think, a few of these teams, Imperium, feeling a bit more nervous in the finals and have been playing slightly more passive than I think they should be doing or have done previously in terms of the super weekends and their aggression there.
I don't know if it... Okay, I suppose... I don't know what team specifically are maybe thinking of when it comes to nerves, whether it's NIGMA. I would argue about that, but I don't think you're talking about NIGMA. Maybe YALLA, you could definitely
RTG
say
as well,
holding onto
right?
his nose, and RTG. But look, still 2 more games today. Anything can happen.
Look, as we just bring it to a break, it will be another vote, as we said about RTG there on Miramar. Imperium is will be heading up for that one more time.
perfection. Ain't no half stepping. I'm gonna take you back. Spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it, no problem. We mobbing in the city, plenty havoc causing. Do or die, it's either all or nothing. Best believe I'm leaving out with something. Anytime I got the crowd jumping, throwing rage, you know they fist pumping. I'm the king of dysfunction. What would you do if you had my life? Work like me, had them stripes. Would you go hard just to have that ice? Lot of dudes fell trying to have that price. In a yo, cooking about to add that spice. Nowadays, dudes never had that fight. When the push boom, better burst your pipes.
Welcome back, everyone, here to the PMPL Arabia, which is going to be the finals. Of course, Imperium, we're 4 games down and 2 more to go. Miramar is up next. But if you want to get your hands on something special too, the phone down below with the upgraded performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G, but designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports 2022. And you know the drill by now. You want the drink as well in hand too with Monster Energy, our official energy drinks partner, Imperium, for the tournament too. In Imperium, jumping straight in onto Miramar here for what will be our last showing of the desert today.
Yeah.
We've seen a big shift so far in the second game. Are we expecting a bit more of a shift once more in terms of the way these teams are playing on here?
Yeah, we're of course going to see a level of adaptation between the first Sanhok game and the second Sanhok game, despite the circles most likely will be different in terms of where they start, where they finish. You're going to have teams learning a little bit more cohesively from that first Sanhok game into the second Sanhok game, whether it's timing of the rotations, whether it's positioning as a whole, and just adapting to where the teams go around them. But as of right now, OOREDOO Thunders, they have little to adapt to because they are looking very clean up in the top spot. 64 points. More importantly, 13-point cushion ahead of themselves in second place. That's kind of exactly the kind of cushion you're looking for at the top of the standings.
Yeah, I mean, certainly OOREDOO Thunders have, I think, impressed as one of these underdog teams, or not really underdog, but shadow teams, we could argue.
I'd say dark horse.
Dark horse, that's the word we're looking for, Imperium, here on the stream. Is GEEKAY, though, still a very close second place. I mean, it is only about a game away of a difference between OOREDOO, so still a lot to show for the standings. In about kind of that top 4, 5th place POWR slightly falling behind that first place position, so a gap is still beginning to be formed.
And all right, you know, we're kind of starting to see the trend of arguably like NIGMA, only not as bad, relying more on the placing points, 2 chicken dinners, but the distribution between placements and eliminations is a little bit more heavily as you look at the second page. I'm still relatively happy with SKYROCKET Esports, by the way. Yes, the results have been a little bit more volatile, but the good results that they've shown says to me that there's a sparkle inside how they're able to perform. And even that previous game, honestly, there's not really much more they could do from that position. Right, maybe technically they could have attempted to shut down that western side a little bit more quickly, and they kind of technically allowed OOREDOO Thunders to breach him, but I can see what they were trying to do, and they still have 28 points in 4 games. That's not outside the realms of possibility of pushing into the top 5 with 2 games to go.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about a couple of those teams down at the bottom. I think to add actually NASR, still also CONQUEROR Iraq, only still down towards that lower end of the leaderboard, still picking up the points. They still have about 25 to 21 points as we do head into Miramar. And I think both of these teams, though, the veteranship, the experiences we say that we have on, I think, particularly Miramar, needs now to be showed, because for them, this is kind of their map, Imperium.
Definitely. Also, I just realized I had a massive brain fart because I thought it was Sanhok next. Not gonna lie, genuinely. That's why you talked about
It's okay.
Sanhok in terms of from the first. But it's the same principle. There should be a level of adaptation between one Miramar game and the next, right? And arguably, it's a little bit easier to adapt because it's a bigger map. You're technically less interfering with teams around you early on in the game, so it allows you to extend that learning from one game to another a little bit more easily. The playing path isn't too bad. It's a little bit harder for teams that want to drop on the eastern side, such as Triple Esports and YALLA. They're going to have to maybe have a secondary drop spot or drop a little bit further away from the likes of the Los Leones teams if they're going to avoid early game action.
I think very nice, though, for some of these teams who haven't really had an opportunity to get early into the looting phase. So that being really Twisted Minds NIGMA in towards this more western side. I mean, NIGMA have virtually had to rotate to El Pozo more than not. So will be a quicker start for them. I'm curious to see how they will use that, though, in terms of the rotations, because it is going to be a phase 1. It lands on top of them. Will be much towards that kind of western side, but still fairly central. So a lot of options still available to these teams overall.
Phase 1 is complementary to the playing path at least, so pretty much split in the middle of the playing path either side. So the Galaxy won't have to go too far in theory. I expect them to lock down the mountainside to the east of El Pozo. It will allow them to slow down and suppress teams coming in from the northeast, such as SKYROCKET, FALCONS, RTG within reason, POWR Esports as well in their own right. They shouldn't worry too much about that southern edge of the circle. Allow Twisted Minds to play their own game and see where phase 2 shifts up.
Still going to be, I think, a very important game, though, nevertheless, in these early couple phases, Imperium, for the positioning. It has been something that I think we have to note on has been generally better by all of these teams in the finals, and I think more interesting in terms of the way that these teams have been positioning. Not always really that first phase or dive into the center that we kind of saw in the Super Weekends in the league phase. Much more refined, I think, in terms of finding those better overall positions that have more value in the map earlier.
Having value in the early game is quite important, and respecting that value and carrying it forward. I suppose, game of PUBG Mobile at times can be like investing in the old Dogecoin or the crypto coin or
coin.
In the Imperium. Oh my god, that'd be so cool if there's a Imperium coin. It would be worth nothing because I am worth nothing, but it certainly would be cool. But certainly, investing in your own position, investing in your own level of control early game is quite valuable to carrying it forward and turning it into net benefit and net financial win in the form of chicken dinners and overall end game results. So yeah, definitely something that teams can think about as GEEKAY. Grab themselves Picado, lock it down, and they will start looting up.
Look, I mean, you're always worth something to me, Imperium. Just remember that, okay? You don't need to worry. If everyone else hates you, there's at least me, okay?
Whoa, I didn't mention the word hate. I just said worthless. Like, there's a big difference, man. You know?
If everyone finds you worthless, then I still find you worth something. You're still gold to me, Imperium.
Oh, see, that was wonderful. Thank you so much, my friend. Thank you so much. I wish Monica was as nice as you.
I know. I need to go throw up in a toilet without this bit cringe.
Oh my god, Triple Esports. They did make it to Port-au-Prince, but they do have one player that's on the very southern coastline of this circle, so he kind of is closer to the edge of this phase, which is the anchor point position. So clever play from Triple Esports. YALLA in their own right did not go to Impala. They opted to loot around that very southern area of Los Leones. It's going to be a longer looting phase because it's kind of smaller compounds, smaller buildings. But again, similar to Triple Esports, they have Lathe further into the western edge of the circle down on the south side. So it is that little bit of an anchor point while the rest of the teams scrap up the loot around Los Leones.
There's a few of these teams, of course, fighting very far, or sorry, should I say investing in terms of that looting phase, very far away from that first phase zone. I mean, always the likes of POWR, of SKYROCKET here towards that northern side too. So are going to be a little bit later towards that rotation in phase one. I'm interested to see how both SKYROCKET and POWR are naturally going to rotate in onto this phase one, because we do know that there is a more congestion, particularly to having in the entrance side and then towards that Picado hillside too. So are they going to maybe go for that longer northern rotation into those hills, into crater fields and down onto the main road, or are they going to try and break through these rest of these teams already there?
Okay. R8. They won the first Miramar game, albeit in very different circumstances. They're going to have to try and control this northeastern side of the circle outside of San Martin. It's important that they don't stay in the city for too long. They already have kind of a couple of players on the south side high ground of San Martin, which is definitely a positive thing, but they need to be aware of the likes of Falcons, Tunics and CONQUEROR, and even within reason SKYROCKET Esports as you get further into the blue zone closing in.
A lot of these teams are still continuing the looting phase. I mean, Major Pride here towards more the southern side is in towards more of this Chumacera area. I'm interested to actually see how teams will kind of adapt actually to Chumacera in zones like this, because we have seen a bit more fighting coming in towards that really third week around the southern location. Interesting to see if 4K will try to capitalize on that. Already a player behind the solo of Frozen there, so may look to pincer down on to Major Pride in this location. Is the only one are going to do a flip. It is a 10 out of 10 when you have to think about landing on the wheel zone.
Really? You're going to give that a 10 out of 10?
Oh, sorry, maybe. I don't know. I caught the end of it. I was more looking towards like 4K and like their strats and, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay.
It looked good though. The end looked good.
You can't be so frivolent with those 10 out of 10s.
We gotta like build them up like towards the third day.
Yeah,
like, is that where the 10 out of 10 comes?
You gotta make them mean something higher than enough. You gotta make them mean
but like that's a 10 out of 10. Is that like what we're looking for like at the end?
Yeah, at the end, but not now. Not now.
I've gotta like hold it. I've gotta hold it for 2 days though.
Yeah, hold on to it. You gotta hold on to it. Gotta hold on to it. I know, but it'll be worth it. It'll be worth it.
I believe.
I also believe that Major Pride have a pretty heavy split around Chumacera, 2 on the northern edge, 1 on the southern high ground edge, Frozen on his own, and then Nomi is all the way over to the east of Chumacera. That's really intriguing. I don't agree with this kind of split, considering how close it is to the central part of the circle, and also how valuable it is around those southern high grounds of this phase number 1, right? And you look at that playing path, they're taking a lot of risks right now.
Yeah, I mean, also 4K, considering that Master is going to be looking down upon this location. Still holding up for now. Not going to go for the push in the meantime, but they are looking for it. They are looking for the idea, as we mentioned previously. A few of these other teams still beginning to get in onto this phase 1 zone. Is the rest of the blue zone is going to close in onto phase 2 now. Imperium, I'm curious where it will go, because it is very clustered towards their south side currently.
Curry, I thought, wait, did you just, what?
Huh? What? Am I confused?
You just stopped suddenly.
Oh, really? Did I?
Yeah, that was so abrupt. I was like, what?
Oh, okay. Maybe I'm
it's
lying.
okay.
It's okay. I'm like
no, you're not
lagging
it's
around
just
sometimes. It happens.
lagging out.
Yeah.
Well, according to Monica, that's me, but that's 100%.
That's okay. That's just Monica's fat. Like Monica's not
that's just
here.
Monica
Okay?
being rude.
Like,
yeah, she's just being rude. It's, I know. It's fine. I'll get my own back tomorrow when I'm commentating with her. It's fine.
I'll watch it.
Thank you, man. Thank you, man. Yeah, indeed, phase 2 did shift up towards the northeast, so a lot of kind of more centralized low ground in play, but within that centralized low ground are compounds that teams are able to lock on to. You can see GEEKAY have a 2-2 split as far as I know, if I'm not mistaken. Or is it 2-1-1? No, I think it's 2-2 indeed. And Major Pride did join up together. I would argue possibly a little bit too late in YALLA now as a team trying to hold back the likes of OOREDOO Thunder.
Still, I think OOREDOO have a interesting position here. They are beginning to kind of split further apart. However, the ridges in this kind of hill do make it more favorable still for YALLA to kind of re-rotate round and have a better position versus OOREDOO, as you can see that they are doing, to get more close together, to have that more strength in numbers versus OOREDOO overall. Is also keep in mind, a lot of these other teams naturally going to be rotating in this phase 2 as well. So having that better position for the information game really is going to be important for these teams coming into really that phase 2, phase 3 mark, as we say.
I still find it wild that so many teams within reason have committed to the center of this phase 1, phase 2, right? That is ultimately extremely low ground, and you're putting pretty much all your eggs in one basket, right? Whether it's R8, whether it's, even though GEEKAY's 2-2 split is still a lot of eggs in 2 baskets, I suppose the only one as well. And even RTG, within reason, it's created so much space on that northern side around the Picado Hill for Falcon Esports, SKYROCKET Esports to really enter quite cleanly into this phase 2.
Major Pride still looking over their position. Moving a slightly away from that Chumasera Hills is already still overlooking what was YALLA, but now going to be triple behind them. Looking for that position, as we said, rotating in onto the zone themselves is... will be already giving up a little bit more, going in closer towards a more central position from really where they were down towards the south end. Triple also going to match that rotation, coming in closer towards what I would argue is a bit more of a risky position here in this phase 2. Keep in mind that this phase 2 still has that roadside in between Imperium, so it is always going to be a bit tricky to rotate away up towards this central location, where this land is going to be naturally more open, where it is going to be more difficult, I think, to cross from that south side or towards that north as well.
It's intriguing. POWR Esports cohesively moving into the eastern side through La Bandita into the circle. I like where they have themselves locked down. CONQUEROR as well in an absolutely fantastic position a little bit further ahead of NASR in their own right. Ooh. Have the Edge of Los Leones in play, and it's a northwest shift. Great for SKYROCKETs. Not bad for NIGMA Galaxy, and like I said, the northern high ground of Power Grid, it's going to be quite challenging for RTG, GEEKAY. Okay, R8 are okay in the center of the circle, but again, the only one. It's so difficult.
And Triple as well going to make that big move. A long move to make, though, as we said, through that kind of open line is where it does get difficult, because that open expanse is going to be more towards the bottom of that phase 3 shift. Is R8. That was a beautiful shot under the gutter, but 4K are going to also look as Triple making that rotation nevertheless, and a lot of these teams really going to look for that northern position Imperium with Power Grid Hills away from really Picado. Yeah, sure, Picado is there, but it's much more of a bait location considering that Picado Hill is still in effect up north towards it.
CONQUEROR sending into Picado is really risky.
Yeah,
it's only
right,
phase 3,
exactly.
Guys. Why? I'm sorry,
but like Picado Hill is north, like right above it. Just
I know.
Like...
Why not go for a 3-1 split? Like, if you want to have this city locked down in case, and keep one player in the city, you don't need to have the full squad, right? So very kind of weird from CONQUEROR. I really like that from Triple Esports, by the way. They reacted to that circle shift extremely well, going kind of backwards a little bit, but variably backwards is quite intelligent, and they have stuck generally together as they moved in and have gotten through the likes of OOREDOO Thunders and 4K. So well done to them, and they still have to make it into the edge of the circle, but I credit them for reacting quite well to this circle.
We still have fair enough time, and also if anything else, and Pyramid does mean that all of these other teams making those quicker rotations too will create more distance between Triple and those opposing teams up front. Of course, yeah, we still have to deal with that problem later on in terms of getting to the zone, because those teams will have more time to prepare and settle and block out Triple from those entrances. But there are these kind of nooks in towards that south side that you have with the ridgeline naturally being there, that they can kind of squeeze their way in between the likes of GEEKAY and Major Pride in that location.
Nice by 4K, getting the pick onto YALLA Esports in the southern edge of the circle. They do have the high ground, but in its own right, it does expose more of their bodies overlooking YALLA Esports. Lath needs to join up and get a little bit of a back-end support towards his teammates onto the members of 4K as they move around to the vehicles to try and get the push on as we see the fight between Triple Esports and GEEKAY start to unfold.
And GEEKAY stepping up as well versus YALLA, who YALLA have been inside this compound for the existence since phase 1, but now it's up to them to defend. It's Triple also overlooking GEEKAY, stepping up in their own position as phase 4 will centralize in onto that open expanse below the high hills of Picado and Monte Nuevo, but Triple still in pursuit will find Citan and will grab the elimination.
He goes for first stage, which is honestly the best idea. Confirming the elimination is quite important. Hope pushes in. He's gone onto the wrong side. He's going to have him stuck inside the corner. Not quite a headshot connecting, but Hope is going to help to get the pickoffs and pre-fire phase through. And YWZ3 shouldn't have won it. He did win the solo, but I gotta ask also, why in the blue blazing hell is Hope pushing on his own while his teammate is getting revived up? Such a pointless push.
I feel like Hope needed to wait for that longer. Also, Uaz was waiting on that, but then went for the push as well, right? So they could have had a position. Triple were down, but now they've got 2 players up at least. Push still is down for now.
And he go for the third. Don't go for the third revive.
Do not go for it. GEEKAY looking for the nader at the top, but it will bounce off the rock throw, and that's a crucial miss for GEEKAY, who needed that knock. But Guy as well gonna have to step back, almost gets themselves knocked in return. Ragnar now steps up to Result, misses, and none of the nades will land, but that one will, and that will send Triple packing.
Woo! Great effort by Triple Esports. They came into the engagement in a bit of a disadvantage. They tried to carve their way in. They took advantage of a mistake by GEEKAY, but in the end, the prowess came through for Ragnar Gate, and they look to come out on top against Triple Esports. A lot of time has been wasted, however, as phase 4 did pop up and centralize quite nicely. You can see the replay of 4K going up against YALLA, and although it looked to go against YALLA, they eventually came out on top.
And crucial for YALLA, because they've been 15th on the standings, or 16th actually, should I say, currently. Is Triple there, lying at 15th. So they need those points to get back. And surprisingly, YALLA, one of those teams that have struggled so much so far in the finals, Imperium.
Like I said, the circle centering up on phase 4 creates a road divide between the high ground of the north, the form of that power grid hill, and the low ground of the south, where you have a couple of compounds but it's variably flat terrain with a couple of small dips involved. RTG have a fantastic 2-2 split, by the way, which they've held on to for the last circle or two in a great way. And although being on that low ground was a risk and you're kind of forced to stay locked down, in a 2-2 split is kind of the best of both worlds. So well done to RTG.
And as much as these teams are, of course, very far apart and split, I actually think that NIGMA, you talked about getting that aggression in hand for themselves. Well, they got a high ground position here over Twisted Minds, over R8. Sure, yes, SKYROCKET are behind them, but not for the meantime. And they have all of these juicy players, Imperium, in the open fields that are going to need to rotate potentially. It's all about where this next phase goes, because if it does go up north, NIGMA have an absolute field day when it comes to picking them off.
The spread by NIGMA is incredibly valuable, but they got to make sure that they don't bite off more than they can chew, right? You know, have information, have angles of pressure, but make sure you are controlling one cohesive part of this circle. And as it does shift over to the west on this phase 5, they have Lord already anchored in, so it means Hamodi, Freak and Roost should look to kind of join a little bit more cohesively in their own right and apply a bit of pressure on SKYROKKET.
Hamodi did just get knocked there though at the end of the
I don't know what happened though.
I'm not sure what really happened. We didn't see it on the elimination
Maybe he
feeds.
fell from a height.
True. That would be a bit of an error though, unfortunately, in terms of finals. Ralph is seemingly on his own solo mission versus the rest up north, but down south is NASR still trying their own hand versus the only one who, up to 6 eliminations so far, the only one do also need these points.
Ali, he's the only one that's left alive. If he can get the push onto the only one, yes, possibly go for the revive, but time is running out within phase 5. You got to make a move, Ali. Got a little bit of distance to make it into the edge of the circle. CONQUEROR is pushing a little bit to the eastern side of you. GEEKAY Ragnar is onto the eastern edge of the circle, but he's the last player alive.
Enigma find those bullets, find those eliminations that they were searching for. Demolish, SKYROKKET away, rip with the final one to fall, and SKYROKKET, I'm not sure how they managed to get in such an awkward position, but it looked like they just didn't realize NIGMA were there and they went into the trap.
It's very difficult because around these terrains there's very limited pathing lines, so you're kind of funneled into that one area. And credit to NIGMA, they had a lot of good information and time to set up a perfect defense around either sides of those areas.
And Major Pride's just going to drop as well. It's a defense from RTG. It is strong enough as 4 eliminations go towards them. They will pick up the 3rd man and regain their control, but it's all about now them continuing to move further in. As meanwhile, Falcons on the high heels too. They look for 2. Oh my days, he gets both of them. Powerful. What can this man not do? But can they continue to survive? As Raouf finds Damar. Damar gets one though of NIGMA, and that nade had to be finished off at the last second when it didn't want to be, and now Damar keeps himself alive, looks for the extra one. Powerful's there to support, and NIGMA, it's gone all sorts of wrong. But Falcons, it's gone all sorts of right as they pick up 4 eliminations quickly.
Well, honestly, it's kind of NIGMA's own doing, right? I said they should be more cohesively together with maybe keeping one player in the edge of the circle, but they decided to play this too heavy of a split. Yes, it helped them within reason get the better SKYROKKETs, but that just meant that the likes of Falcons were then able to pick at least 2 of the players off and gain a little bit of control towards this northeastern edge of the circle. Is this going to be alright getting a 3rd chicken dinner of the day and a 2nd in a row of Miramar? Certainly could be the case. They have the compound, they have the western edge of the circle. Yes, okay, NIGMA overlooking them, but NIGMA in their own right only have 2 players.
So NIGMA at least have a high ground position, but Lord, everyone has an eye on them too. Cannot even finish off Prestige, only has the few first aid kits, and that zone is not with NIGMA. It is going to engulf them shortly. It is towards more of the foot of this mountainside, and is going to be in hide of R8. They have the control, they have the compound, they have all 4 players still standing.
They have indeed. Hyde and Wolf, but RTG, they don't. They lose Nabo, they lose J9, and now they have 1 player left in the fuel garage. Nothing he can do than just fuel up and hope he can survive inside the blue of phase 6. Maybe wait as late as possible to move in, but he's a sitting duck.
Look, you ready for it, Imperium? They could refuel for game 6. I die inside as Falcons continue. That was good, right? Silence.
It was indeed.
Yeah. It was a real good one. I'm so proud of that. I'm good.
And now, great play by NIGMA Galaxy, though. As the high ground gatekeepers of this circle, they have done generally a pretty good job as they're up to 6 eliminations. And as far as I know, even if they go out now, this will be their highest elimination game. So I do look at that as generally an improvement, considering how passive they've been in today's games so far as the defending champions.
Lord, still high up, though. Still has the control over the rest of R8. Drops down, and that's a big drop. Oh, my Lord. He forgot to open the parachute, and R8 will pick it up.
Just a confirm, if you're wondering, there is literally no
No,
parachute.
there really wasn't. It really wasn't. It was sarcasm.
Yeah, just in
That was
case.
sarcasm.
Yeah, I know. Just in case somebody took that seriously. Yeah, he just went for a Hail Mary fall down, and there's nothing he could do. Nothing the rest of NIGMA could do, and still a 5th place finish as we're down to 14.
Should have bought a glider, Imperium. That's exactly what you're missing out. It was a true glider moment. Instead, they tried to use it with their feet. Wasn't so effective. His road to glory still very effectively, though, keeping himself alive, but only one more med kit to go. And it will, you got to imagine a 4th place for them. NASR are inside the zone, so they keep themselves up for longer, but unknown. Doesn't seem like they found NASR better.
And there's nothing he could really do. I said the best he could do is maybe thread as late as possible into the circle or just heal up in the blue. That's what he did, and he's rewarded with an extra placement point to give him credit. So well done to RGG as they pick up another decent result as we have 3 teams left.
It's now R8 continuing vote to keep up their control. Could be a 3rd win of the day for them. But they have to finish it through. Still, Falcons have looked absolutely on fire in towards this late game. Imperium 7 eliminations, and the zone, to be fair, is with them. So it's all about that defense for Falcons now. They have the hills towards them, and it's all about that patience too, waiting for the blue to come in and help out with R8 and NASR.
It's great that they sent DeMar down the hill into the edge of the circle. 2 factors to that. One, he needs to start to create some distractions towards R8 and give time to his teammates to move across. And secondly, I don't know if he knows that the final player in NASR Esports, Ali, is on the same side of the road as him.
Look, and Ali's still to get in the road and into that zone too, so it is going to be a short stint that Ali has to make, and a very risky one. And that's why Falcons, as you say, need to keep up the pressure for Falcons to get across this zone is beginning to engulf them too. R8 slowly making their way through, have completely smoked up their front entrance as they are very evidently focused on Yusef. They take down Powerful. Yusef will fall as well, and there goes the backline for the rest of Falcons. And R8 may have just found a game position for themselves, but there, the next one onto the Bandar is DeMar. Found the long-range nade will at least slow down the efforts, but for how long? They need more than just one to be able to punish the rest of R8, but they're moving slow. That looks like it could be a juicy one as it goes wide. Barely misses out on the triple, and DeMar, with that, will taste his own medicine as R8 take themselves in onto the zone. Ali will take themselves to 2nd place, but can they get any more? Doesn't imagine so. Prestige won't even fall, and R8 take their 3rd game.
Jesus, 3rd chicken dinner of the day. Pretty kind of unprecedented for day 1 of the finals. I don't think they've been, sorry to kind of speak on a little bit of a negative though, they certainly haven't been the most impressive team of the finals so far. However, you don't always have to be the most impressive team. You simply have to understand your surroundings, understand the circles, and play as a team and cohesively. R8 have played as the better team. They've been on point in terms of movement. They've been on point as far as rotations, and they've been rewarded with some very clean cut reactions and some clean cut control. And this is their 3rd chicken dinner of the day. One quick thing to point out, Highlandwolf, why was DeMar like 20 seconds late with those nades?
Yeah, right.
Why wasn't he throwing those nades when his 2 teammates are still alive?
And that's a lack of coordination. Imperium, we will never know the answer to that unless we get the answers from them between today and tomorrow. But R8, regardless today, get that 2nd Miramar win for themselves. And I believe that was 2 Miramar victories for R8 today as well.
Indeed. That is 2 Miramar chicken dinners in a row for day 1 of the final, so they can certainly be happy. And in this game, 9 eliminations, a pretty healthy balance to lead into their total eliminations. NASR picking up 17, gotta give props to them. NIGMA as well, picking up a bit of pace, as well as Road to Glory, without looking at what we've seen in the previous games. But I believe this is 3 pretty solid results in a row for Road to Glory, so they can certainly be a lot happier leading into the final game of today. And GEEKAY on track once again, picking up 8 points in that game.
Yeah, however, you've got to admit that R8, that Falcons have been, it kind of feel almost on a different level here when it comes to the top of the standings, with both of those teams really showing up when it came to the consistency. I would argue more
Yeah.
R8. Falcons have had a game or two where they haven't looked as strong, but as we check out that
Yeah.
second page, these teams, for sure we know Imperium, have to be stronger.
They have to indeed. Well, okay, look, Power Esports, I don't think it's a bad thing. Same with kind of Skyrockets. OOREDOO Thunders, that kind of cushion they had leading into this game will be massively whittled down, right? But they'll still be okay. It's kind of YALLA, right, that I'm looking at going still 2 points, right? They've had what in today's games alone, they've had a 0-pointer,
1-pointer. There was a
1-pointer.
There was another 2-pointer.
It
was a
3-pointer,
1, 2, 3.
3-pointer, and then a 1-pointer, and then a 2-pointer. They haven't had more than 3 points in a single game today. Look, they have a lot to reevaluate coming into tomorrow. They'll know what's gone wrong more than me. I'm just here to point out that they've had an absolutely terrible day so far.
Look, I mean, you know what isn't more yikes than YALLA? Well, it is more yikes my dad jokes from that last game. But we've got one more game to go, Imperium, and it's more action to be held in Sanhok. Next is we will take a short break.
Trending with the cool kids. I wear it if the shoe fits, yeah. Design a brand exclusive. I wear it once and lose it for the next best thing. One quick tip and then out of frame. No one really seems to care though. Got an ego, can't explain. Icy boy with diamonds on my frozen soul. Spending all my money on expensive clothes. What's it take to get me on the radio? Slow down for me, goddamn, slow down for me. Icy boy, I'm an icy boy. Icy boy, the frozen soul. Suicide doors are looking gorgeous though. Icy boy, the frozen soul. Suicide doors are looking.
Welcome back to one more game of action here at the first day of the PMPL Arabia Finals. Myself, Hyden Wolf, and Imperium joining you through the final leg of today. And Imperium, it's been a very, very impactful day for some of these teams, but we'll have to get into that in a bit because Iraq football team, they come first when it comes to the excitement in game. And to show the respect to the Iraqi people, the first time we collaborate with the Iraq football team means that you can get in-game items since the H5 then launch on the 22nd of July. But don't forget to follow the community tournament on the Iraq football theme, which goes from the 19th all the way through to the 25th of July this month.
Yeah, and you can see these teams are not looking to play the offside rule in the PMPL finals. You want to be on target. You want to be looking strike right in front of the goal. Ored had been a team to strike in front of goal in a big way, getting 3 chicken dinners out of the 5 games today. It's been a great start for them. It puts them into first place in the overall standings. A little bit of a spoiler for you guys as we move into the overall standings. Is still only 11 points between first and second as OOREDOO Thunders do drop out of that top spot.
I tell you something, Imperium, I would not have thought that OOREDOO Thunders, if you had to give me a bet, would be one of these top teams coming in to the end of the day. I saw maybe Ari, I saw GEEKAY, I saw NIGMA being in that side, but OOREDOO, very surprised me, but I'm here for it in that second position. But Falcons...
Wait, are you more surprised at OOREDOO Thunders, or are you more surprised at Road to Glory?
Okay, that's true. Because RTG also having an impressive day today so far, right?
Very, very impressive. And I kind of said about RTG that they had a fantastic Super Weekend 3, and I wasn't sure if that was kind of down to the teams around them that didn't really need to secure a lot of points, such as GEEKAY, kind of NIGMA, and RTG were able to take advantage of that. But credit where it's due, they've come into the finals. It hasn't been these sparkling, cohesively, amazingly strong team results, but they've stayed resilient. They stayed alive. They picked up a healthy balance of placements and eliminations.
Look, top 5 position by the end of game 5. That's what you're looking for so far for RTG. And it's a lot, though, to be said for, I think, a few of these other teams. And keep in mind, it is with a pinch of salt that the second half of the page, they are really only one good game, Imperium, from getting into the top 5 as well. If they get a 30-pointer, some of these teams at the top don't perform in this next Sanhok game, suddenly, bang, they're in the top 5 as well.
Yeah, exactly. It's just been, it's been about kind of a little bit of consistency for RTG. Unfortunately, the same can't be said for SKYROCKET Esports. 29, I think they scored 1 point in that game, if I'm not mistaken. So they need to get rid of that volatility coming into tomorrow's games, more importantly, and let's see if they can at least end on somewhat of a decent note.
Oh, in Sanhok to end the day, such a volatile end to Imperium. I mean,
yeah,
to be fair, I mean, the green, he's got a green, he's in style. Might I just add, like, style is important. I mean, it's super underappreciated, honestly, but like, we don't talk about it enough, Imperium.
What?
Style is your own chicken dinner.
He looks like the Green Goblin.
No, don't say that, Imperium. He looks good, okay? Like, did I say
that as a
but
criticism?
Because the Green Goblin
was I saying that?
Because did
you just assume?
Oh my days!
But did you just assume that I was associating his comparison to Green Goblin as a villainization?
Yeah, I did. 100%.
Wow.
True.
That is
style.
just, that is terrible. That is absolutely terrible.
Right?
You should be ashamed.
It's 2022, am I right? Like, I should have been more
exactly,
open, should have been more understanding. People can be goblins if they want to be, right? Like,
exactly. Anyway, Phase 1 has popped up. It is down on that kind of more south eastern edge of the circle. Still majority of mainland in play, but with a decent chunk of the south, West Island teams will want to definitely respect the ability of the circles heading in their direction. I do want to see a decent chunk of this. I still want to see. I want to see a quicker rotation from GEEKAY, to be fair. Even if it means, still not engaging on teams, but getting some forward scouting done on the likes of Twists and Minds, Major Pride around the Trifecta Island. This is where I was talking about the adaptability from one map to another is there to be taken.
Yeah, for now, we're gonna be happy at least with what looked to be a diminishing of the health bar, not a knock so far onto Power, but they aren't going to see each other. And the rest of these teams going to be very comfortably with their own location so far. A first phase zone, keep in mind, to Imperium is going to be once more on the mainland of Sanhok, so not too much of an issue. I mean, yeah, sure, it does lean into that more southwest more so, but it's very likely that it should move away.
Definitely. I'm looking at where these teams are currently located, and there's nothing really surprising or that stands out at the moment. NASR's spread is certainly a little bit risky, but still healthy, as we're only 3 minutes into the game, and one on the western comp and the quarry, one on the riverside in between Painan and Cave, one on top of Cave, and the other in between Cave and Kampong, to give you a bit of an example. So pretty heavy split for the time being. Once they're not too lackadaisical with that, they should be able to join up in a cohesive way and control that more southern side of this phase one.
I mean, I'll tell you something that is different. The only one, they've decided not to go for that solo man down to the south. And I'm proud of them, Imperium. I'm proud of that adaptation. Fair. Finally, we get to see them a bit more centralized. Yeah, sure, they're still split, but it's a 2-2 more so.
Yeah, that's definitely something to make note of. I would argue that this is the kind of game where it technically would be okay for them to send a one player further south than where they are. No. Only because of the circle more favoring the south side, right? Okay, that's the only reason, right? In the previous game, you were dead right, but this game, it technically makes sense. I do certainly observe what you're saying about them playing a little bit more together. I want to see them eliminated. Yeah, it's just them holding on to a cleaner, more respectful 2-2 split. That certainly deserves to be highlighted.
As well, keep in mind that more space, as you said too, the RTG, I'm sure they don't know it, but Conqueror as well are further apart. Naturally, this game as well have gone more for the south and more of that eastern side coastal line for Conqueror Act 2 respectively. It is also to note that Twisted Minds have also maybe gone for a bit more of a Painan looting phase here for now. A little bit longer than what they have previously done. They tend to be a bit more quicker than this when it comes to getting a bit of a member out of the Painan phase and going more for the roaming. So a bit more close together, considering that is a southern phase leading towards them.
That, as much as you're technically right with that, to me, they don't need to move away from Painan. And if anything, staying in Painan is arguably the best strategy for phase one. In the past, I would have said no, because teams and the meta and the kind of ability of teams were kind of more about locking teams around the Painan area, whereas how the meta has developed, just that Painan region has become a strong spot to lock down because teams are able to move out of it in a more effective way when you get later into the game. So Twisted Minds don't need to move out of Painan. If they want to play a little bit more forward thinking, they can send one up towards the hill, and that seems to be the case. It looks like Dami's making his way up that North Painan hill to get some early scouting towards NASR and Major Pride.
And important to note as well, because all of those teams really on that kind of boot camp hillside. Also, the rest of Major Pride, Milky Way, has also done a similar strategy where instead of going towards that South Boot Camp hill, they have gone to more of a hill towards the trifecta where the crossroads meet. Again, getting that information right.
Exactly. Certain circles are going to lead teams to magnet in a certain direction, right? And this phase on circle that is more towards the southeast means teams are going to look to control more of that west of Quarry area, the south of Boot Camp area, the north of Painan area. So kind of understanding that is a big, valuable part of getting the best of this final game of the day in Sanhok. GEEKAY is still yet to move out of the ruins split that they have locked down. SKYROCKETs have a 2-2 split between Camp Alpha and the eastern side of that Northwest Island. Ardoo Thunders are still looting up Hating, by the way, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. And NIGMA Galaxy is still looting up Sammy, which is to be expected.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these teams still going to play on the outskirts. Naturally, there's still a lot more options. You can even, through phase 1, the blue zone is not going to take too much damage. Can make that rotation down the south. Is GEEKAY, maybe they have, as they've done their homework, expect GEEKAY to move further away from Ruins, and that space then opens up more so for that kind of southern rotation by OOREDOO Thunders. Similarly, I think also POWR should maybe make that rotation as we expect round Riverside, similarly coming down towards that boot camp area too.
Also, I kind of just realized that I'm a bit of an idiot.
Okay.
Because I totally, and I knew there was something to this, but I didn't think too much about it. And I've just realized that there's another hot drop that got separated between the PMPL League Stage Super Weekends and the finals. That is Major Pride and Falcons. Remember, they would drop and fight each other in Kampong, whereas, Major Pride did move to that kind of trifecta split. I think 90th minute used to hold on to that 2-2 trifecta split. So with them not being in the finals, Major Pride recognized that area is open to take, and they took it. So well done, by the way, to Major Pride for changing up their drop spot similar to GEEKAY and moving away from Falcons.
The only thing I would say that it does create a bit of danger of is the amount of loot that they do have, which I also like that they've used actually Milky Way as that extra anchor into that next trifecta of the roads connecting into the compound, so they're able to continue their looting phase there again. Yes, it should be a bit less. I believe a team have already been in that location earlier in this game, which was YALLA, if I'm not mistaken, so it won't be as effective. But again, the point still stands, right, of you are trying to get loot because you've only had the L compound, you've had 1-2 buildings maybe in Boot Camp Hill, but you don't have as much loot as maybe you do the information that you've got.
Phase 2 is about to show up. SKYROCKETs have joined up as a full squad and made their way towards the trifecta compound. Phase 2 does go more heavily towards the west, so threatening around us, Southwest Island still being in play towards the mid portion of the game. Twisted Minds did commit towards the late stage of phase 1, and now the start of phase 2, all full squad on the north hill of Painan. You can still see they have 2 players looking down towards Painan, which is some great scouting ability, and then the rest of the team, 2 other players are looking towards the kind of northeast and the northwest of the Painan Hill. So they have all hands on deck, as they got to be aware that their hillside position is very, very powerful inside this phase 2.
Do you know what would be interesting actually is like flooding in PUBG, like natural disasters. Like imagine,
what the hell, man?
Imagine
this isn't
like...
SimCity 3000.
Imagine, right? No, hear me out, okay? You're talking about these hills, and they become even more important because, like, suddenly, like, the entire low ground of Sanhok is just the floodplains. Like, that would be pretty pog. Maybe.
No.
Am I too mean? Is that too much?
Man. No, I'm sorry, but that's just too.
Was that too much?
No.
We could like have the volcano on the mountain.
Just
should I stop?
Stop it.
Okay.
So, stop it. You're hurting yourself more than you're hurting others.
Okay. I mean, I feel like if I just put myself away, then I can't like create these two evil ideas. Sorry. I have to contain the evil again.
It's fine. It's fine. Well, Triple Esports, I was kind of curious of the rotation quite heavily towards the east of Quarry, which wasn't necessarily a bad thing, but again, they kind of allowed CONQUEROR and Falcons to enter from the northeast and kind of southeast area of Quarry, and they moved away too early, and that passiveness has bit them very heavily in the butt. Now their squad life, it just... You know, you can't afford to do that in Sanhok. They had a good position. They didn't need to move. They, like I said, allowed teams to move in, and they paid the ultimate price.
Well, I mean, Falcons, they are still pretty happy with their position, as well as NASR, up to 3 eliminations so far. One only for Miramar. Majority of those eliminations did go through to NASR as a whole, so they're going to be bigger when it comes to the buffet of the fallen comrades of Triple. But Conqueror also looking over here. Falcons, they aren't quite done yet, but they have spied out Callaghan nevertheless, and Callaghan straight back indoors.
Great split by Falcons, by the way. Incredibly strong split. 3-1 with Youssef on the... Is it Youssef? Yeah, it's Youssef that's on the kind of high ground across the road with the rest of his team. Yeah, and he's getting great angles of pressure towards the members of CONQUEROR. 4K in their own right as well have a wonderful 2-1-1 split coming into the end of this phase 2. OOREDOO Thunders did move away from Hatting, are playing on the north Bootcamp Hill with Powerful behind them for the time being. SKYROCKET still in that southwest trifecta compound, and GEEKAY moved across the bridge into the compound to the north of Painan.
Still a lot of where this next phase will go, though. Imperium and the rest of these teams still making their road down. I mean, you've got a like POWR, OOREDOO, who did rotate through the main northern side, will come in towards that zone. Is the zone itself gonna shift down towards the Painan side? And this makes it a bit more complicated. Imperium Bootcamp Hill, I imagine, going to be a big contested location for the information, of course.
Major Pride should stay exactly where they are. They will take a big risk if they move away from this tri-road compound. It seems that they're getting in vehicles and moving towards a Bootcamp Hill. I really disagree with that. Because they have a great opportunity to punish teams coming in from the east. OOREDOO Thunder is going to move straight down and towards Bootcamp, narrowly avoiding POWR.
I mean, I see why they want to kind of avoid a possibility of getting caught on the low ground and teams kind of encompassing them and not being able to have a move in their own right, in their own decision. But I agree with you that safety of outliving all of these other teams that have to now move into the zone much more beneficial for them overall when it comes to the placement points. Still, Major Pride don't going to be able to have a position on that hill nevertheless. And the rest of these teams still more so reluctant to actually move. And as we said, Imperium, maybe because of the difficulty of moving in onto this zone. And that, again, awkwardness of coming over the hills and into that open expanse.
Remains to be seen if this move for Major Pride is going to pay off for them in the long run. Appreciate how quick they were at least to move in as YALLA and POWR getting close to each other. The full squad of POWR now joining up. Lath is on his own, looking to chuck at a Molly, trying to suppress the players. POWR coming in. Kate's on his own. Gotta be careful. Chucks out a Molly, who was gonna get stabbed in behind by Katan. Great play by YALLA.
And they've stopped that Molly from going in at a proper angle. So Lath as well keeps himself alive. Not even a trade. It's POWR as this is burning, and that defaults the fight that really POWR were looking for. And now YALLA, a reposition allowed by them. They find Aziz. Kitan isn't even going to go down. Finally, the extra bullets will find him. Dar will find a second, but it's just not enough. The YALLA members are too strong, and POWR will fall.
But R8 are going to be able to third party this beautifully. Safe is now the last player left up for YALLA. Coming on the underside of the black hole of the abyss around the bootcamp area. The final elimination from Ida sees YALLA wiped out of the lobby.
And R8 have been so capitalizing on these positions today. I mean, not only this game, Imperium, but you look back to the capitalization of these compounds in earlier games. They have seemed to do so time and time again in the rotations. I would argue they have been the best rotators in the finals so far over all of these teams.
Oh yeah, definitely indeed. Now, with 13 teams left, 51 players alive. Phase 3 about to turn into phase number 4. 4K getting a drop on the Falcons. If 4K shouldn't have allowed Falcons to get is even closer to the edge of the circle as they did. It's a trade either side. But Golden is somewhat on his own.
That zone is on its own away from this fight indeed. It's 4K. Falcons, they realize suddenly the fight needs to be cleaned away because it's a boot camp L compound finish. And it's still keeping in this western island itself. SKYROCKET are going to go over there for that spot themselves. But Bootcamp Hill is wiped out for Major Pride, but they've got to hold it now, Imperium.
They do indeed. They do indeed. And look, that rotation for Major Pride technically has worked out. I still think they could have punished teams around them, although maybe they understood that no team would like to go near that that three-way compound that the Major Bright had in the previous circle. Twisted Minds are going to use their vehicles to rotate through NIGMA Galaxy and GEEKAY, coming into the deeper edge of the circle around the trifecta compound locked down by SKYROCKET. They are going in hot and heavy Highland.
And trifecta will at least be secured by them, but Falcons already on the move. They are looking to punish 4K, but still they're laid in wait. Master finds the one knock in Falcons, re-put down inside of the blue. Only now one player of Never Alone Alive is also there. Twisted Minds struggle to find their own position as SKYROCKET's already beat them to the punch.
I believe CONQUEROR are looking to pull off a little bit of a heel strat. NIGMA Galaxy as well in their own right do have Roof, I believe, with the majority of the first aids, but he is with the rest of his team for the time being. He'll most likely stay inside Painan to heal up inside the blue of this phase number 4.
Twisted Minds, I mean, you can't find them underwater, you just spray them down. SKYROCKET's brutalized the one. Will at least get them back and healthy, but they need to come up again for air sometime. But NIGMA may cause at least enough distraction as they are also coming through that bridge side, but not enough because Vigos, the moment they pop their head up, Easy's there to quickly punish with Salam.
Yeah, look, Twisted Minds bit off more than they could chew with their rotation as it was, trying to go through NIGMA Galaxy and GEEKAY. The fact that they went so deep towards a trifecta, they were asking for trouble, and SKYROCKET's made them pay brutally.
RTG, they are paying in their lives, so Imperium, because NASR find a 2, find the last one indeed. Miracle, it's just been on a tear as well in their own games today. It's now back towards the trifecta compound. The zone will bounce, and it's up to SKYROCKETs here in this game, Imperium, because they have the big shift.
Technically, it's leaning towards a Southwest Island finish, just putting that out there. This is what makes Sanhok just so disgusting across the board, as well as the RNG circle shifts of PUBG Mobile. Major Pride thought beautifully about that. Now they're in that high ground south of Bootcamp Hillside position that they're going to be able to punish the likes of NASR, R8, possibly even OOREDOO Thunder's moving out of Bootcamp.
Yeah, Falcon's going to fall to the heal strategy. Still NASR with 7 eliminations, so the biggest eliminator of this final game, looking over onto R8 for the next taste of blood. They send the members in. It's a bold rotation indeed. They are going to be caught as Major Pride have the eyes on them. Comes out of the road and into the fire and into OOREDOO's. They go by OOREDOO's, by SKYROCKET. There's a full zone rotation. They have nowhere to run. Miracle's being caught by the SKYROCKET crew, and they're there to put them back down to earth.
Oh, Batika hadn't been spotted out. He gets off the pre-fire. The rip comes through. Triple R's knock, but luckily, Triple R was able to get the knock before Rip got confirmed up. So NASR now down to just, I believe, one player in the form of Ali. There's nothing he could really do. Major Pride are gonna gatekeep him and get the final elimination onto NASR, and that's gonna be them eliminated. It was a wild play. They tried it. It didn't work out. 8 teams out.
Well, I was here for it, bro. It was exciting. It was fast. And OOREDOO's, through that chaos, may have also been able to keep themselves alive from their own wild play. You saw them bypass them, and they are still alive in this game. But that nade onto GEEKAY by Major Pride. That's the one you put in the video later. It's GEEKAY put down to 2. Put away by now the mess of Major Pride down the hill as they continue to hunt for Hope, who lays out their own nade, but can they find it over the top? No, me. Frozen will not be stymied. They will find Milky Way off the side. Ragnar can't find the last, but Hope is there to cuddle up the second. But can they find the third? It's all down to the final 2 of Major.
Not a team to be messed with, GEEKAY, even when they're down to a solo duo. Work can be done. The Major Pride have done a great job of playing cohesively, but they've been damaged, they've been broken, they've been scarred, but they have also been able to shut down GEEKAY in this final game of the day.
CONQUEROR being shot away from the water edge. SKYROCKET still up to 8 eliminations, Imperium. Make it 9 for the extra one as CONQUEROR can see themselves away for the final game of this day itself. And it's still all up to SKYROCKET because they still have the zone. They still have all 4 players, and the only ones that can stop them here are Major Pride. They also have the full squad, and for them, they have at least cleaned up through GEEKAY fast enough to have the control of the hill, the control of the next shift, as phase 7 has gone to them.
Someone said to me on Instagram DM that Major Pride were going to win the PMPL Arabia finals. They have the talent, they have the ability. Do they have it in their power to control these games? To end the final day on a chicken dinner will certainly put them in a more positive light leading into day 2. But coming down the hill of boot camp, it's incredibly difficult. Luckily for them, they do have the circle.
But Nomi is already knocked. Alarm finds the initial beginnings. Major Pride taking shots from below. Keep in mind also NIGMA have eyes on the location of Major. They could, at the end of the first days, look for a crucial knock onto him from the side angle. Yen healing back up. Major Pride closing their position as SKYROCKET. They're the one beginning to push.
Unfortunately for Major Pride, the revive has not come through. There's no retaliation. The opening has been created for SKYROCKET to push into the edge of the circle. This shouldn't have been allowed to happen, but Major Pride are now going to be able to retaliate.
And look at NIGMA though, step up. We talked about the side angle. There comes the extra shot. Ralph will blast his way into a 3rd position, or 4 should I say, because SK Tun's still there, but in the fight is GN all on their own. Major Pride have been executed from all different angles, and SKYROCKET are here for it. Yen trying their best to survive, but a nade will shut them away. 3rd position, R8 secured a 2nd, puts them only higher in the leaderboard. And SKYROCKET, as slow as a win this may be, it's a win on the books.
Consistency personified for Ireland day 1 of the PMPL finals, and on the other end of the scale, you have SKYROCKET. I mentioned coming into this game that there's a bit of volatility. If they're able to clean it up coming into day 2 and day 3, they can massively skyrocket themselves into the top half of the standings. But ending today with a wonderful chicken dinner, a deserved chicken dinner, a 13 elimination point chicken dinner is exactly the kind of confidence builder they can play into tomorrow's games.
Look, I mean, SKYROCKET have also needed these points. They've also had these opportunities in Imperium, where today they have looked strong and stronger and stronger, and now closing it out in this chicken dinner, that's the win that they were looking for, the confidence that they are looking for going in also to tomorrow's games in Imperium, where that momentum really does count.
Yeah, definitely. The momentum is certainly to be taken. It's a valuable thing. You don't take it for granted. Yeah, okay, it's going to be less than 24 hours before the start of day 2. But again, ending the evening, ending the day on a chicken dinner is so good for a player's mindset, right? And that is incredibly good for SKYROCKET. Well done to them in this final game.
No, we check out the best opera moments as well here in Imperium, and we get to see the glory of all of these games, of course, one of this last game, should I say, once more. And Imperium, to talk back at this last game as well, it looked like Major Pride would have had that victory as well, but it's these sneaky solo players, like sort of NIGMA, that
I disagree.
Coming in from behind.
I disagree, because if you look at it, Nomi got knocked and thirsted first, and that was the opening for SKYROCKET to make it into the edge of the circle. Like I said, they should have not allowed SKYROCKET to make it into the edge of the circle. I'm sorry, but they shouldn't have.
Yeah. I mean, I agree, but as we get to say, though, the Oppo video over here, but that's all for moments and a quick break before we show you the rest of the highlights. We're back straight away here to the ending of our first day here at the PMPL Arabia Finals. Myself, Han, and Imperium together. And Imperium, what day it's been, though? When we check back to that Sanhok, sure, but the rest of all of these games, as we check out those match rankings, have been a beautiful thing to watch so far for our first day series.
There's been a lot of standout moments for a number of these teams. Arguably, the most standout team has been R8 Esports. Maybe not in the exciting, sparkling department, but in the consistency department, in the closing out games department, in the showing their experience department. R8 have stepped up in a big way and ending that final game with 15 points as well. Like you said, that will only extend their lead at the top of the standings.
I mean, they're going to need a warehouse for all these departments that you're listing here at Imperium at this rate. If it continues like it's day 2 and day 3, I mean, they better get investing. And they're investing with the points, but so too were Major and SKYROCKET in that last game. 28 points, of course, for SKYROCKET. And NIGMA also cleaning up with that sneaky final knock in that elimination through to secure themselves the 4th position, 9 in total for them.
It's okay. Honestly, it's just okay at this stage for NIGMA. I'm not going to beat around the bush. I'm not going to paint them a pretty picture. It's been underwhelming for NIGMA. Simple as that. Right? They're the 3rd best team in the world at the moment. Right now, they're not playing like the 3rd best team. They know it. I know it. The audience probably knows it. They have the ability to play better, and I'm sure they will tomorrow.
Look, I mean, they need to improve because they're also going to be playing up in the PMWI, remember, and Falcons, who that other team playing. Yeah, sure, they had a slightly off game here, but have been much more consistent when you look back towards the rest of today, and especially their Erangel games. But those teams who do need to continue that consistency to get on the board of it is like sort of YALLA. Yeah, sure, we pick up 4 points here, Imperium, but they're still at the bottom of that leaderboard.
It's been a consistent day for YALLA. It's consistently
the wrong day,
right? And look, that's harsh, and I know it sounds harsh, but it's said out of love. Everything that I say critically, whether it's about NIGMA, whether it's about YALLA, whether it's about anybody or any team, it's always done out of kind of love and knowing that they're capable of more. YALLA are always capable of so much more. But what did I say about the coming into the PMPL, Highland Wolf? You don't know what kind of YALLA you're going to get from day to day, from tournament to tournament. Some days you're going to get the best YALLA team in the tournament. Sometimes you're going to get the worst YALLA team in the tournament. And I know it's easy to say, but it's so volatile with this team as you take a look at the overall standings.
All right, though. They have been anything but volatile. 88 points, almost reaching the century mark for them. And as I say, the best team with the rotations out today is by far, but also OOREDOO. They have also been a pleasant surprise, as I said, for at least myself, Imperium, getting to that 2nd position and very comfortably alongside Falcons, even could argue GEEKAY here, contesting R8 if they can have one good game over them.
R8 have scored an average of 14.6 points per game. That's disgusting, just about a chicken dinner per game. And yeah, okay, you take their 58 placing points, and that's 28 more points in their eliminations. It's still not an unhealthy amount of elimination points, right? It's only 4 less than OOREDOO Thunders, 4 less than GEEKAY, 1 less than Team Falcons. They have matched the eliminations of the other teams. Like I said, they simply showed their prowess and showed their experience to put themselves in the game-winning positions to get the 3 chicken dinners they've got.
Now we check out our 2nd page, Imperium. A few of those teams still need to make it up to that top 8 mark. RTG going to be on the border with those 50 points, and POWR side falling behind when it comes to the end of today's games. Game 5, Game 6 particularly puts them down in 10th position and down towards the bottom of that leaderboards. I mean, we know all of those teams, I would argue 12th and below, Imperium, have to show more, have to be more consistent when it comes to their positions.
Definitely, you could, from 11th and below, need to show more from a performance standpoint. But from a pure points gathered standpoint, 14th and below are looking pretty bad. The only one Esports are on 25. That's kind of not really that far off. You know, 4K, CONQUEROR, POWR, and okay, then there's a little bit of a jump up to Road to Glory, but when they technically get to Road to Glory, they're in the same path on as NASR, who are an 8th, Major, who are an 8th. Remember,
Yes.
7th, 8th, and 9th are on the same points at the end of day one.
That's true.
We don't know. We don't know how many regional final placements are up for grabs. We can speculate that it's 10. We'll look to confirm it, but that is something that is very possible for the likes of the only one from a points gather perspective, at least for the time being. Whereas Twisted Minds, YALLA, and more importantly, Triple Esports 16, 11, and 8. That is pretty poor in day one of the finals.
Yeah, the more worrying thing is that even if they come out with a chicken dinner tomorrow, Imperium, 30-pointer looks good. They're still not even at the point of RTG in that 9th position with 50.
Yes.
So they need to consistently do well now coming into the second day and have these big games time and time again if they want to catch up to these runaway teams that really are taking it up to the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, definitely. That's a really good point you make. I would love to see them start the day, whether it's YALLA, Twisted Minds, or Triple Esports, with a banger result, whether it's 30 points, whether it's even kind of 25, 24, 22. Great. It's up to them to do it. It's in their own destiny. They have the ability. They all have the talent. They just need to VOD review. The IGL really needs to get the team together and put them in the right mindset coming into tomorrow's games, and then just play every single game as if it's their own. 6 more games tomorrow. It's up to them.
Look, I mean, they know what they have to do. You know what you have to do, though, is to get down below and get your own success with the Oppo phone right down there with the upgrade performance and upgraded funds. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports 2022. If you also want to get your own energy up in game, what better way than, of course, the Monster Energy Drink, the official energy drinks partner of the tournament. Imperium, it has been an absolute banger of a first day. If the second day is going to be anything like this with yourself and Monica at the desk, I'm going to be a jealous man indeed, because I'm missing that.
Hey, look, I'm looking forward to. We've seen R8 set up the standard for how to close out games in today's games. We've seen OOREDOO Thunder sparkle in a big way. SKYROCKETs have been volatile but still powerful in their own right. NIGMA, they may still be technically up there, but they're certainly underperforming.
And they've got still a long way to go alongside the rest of our teams, Imperium. And it's going to be, as we said, the same maps played from Erangel through all the way to Sanhok at the end of tomorrow. Same through on Saturday. Going to be the same time on the same channels, of course, and make sure you use the hashtag PMPL Arabia to get on board your own favorite teams, Imperium, too. I mean, I hope you're going to do it. I hope you are putting Imperium.
Well, I don't have a favorite team.
Just
but I don't have a favorite
just
team.
Tag every single one. 16.
Okay.
Good.
Jesus. Tag all 16 teams. That's 12 out of 10 impression farming. But yeah, look, definitely, let everybody know who you're supporting. Let the team who you are supporting know that you're supporting them, especially if they've had a bad day. It's so important that you help pick a team up, because you'd be surprised how big of a difference it makes. Hell, you look at traditional esports such as football, right?
Oh, yeah.
When Iraq are playing home international games, guarantee you they will more likely play better because they have the support of the fans behind them and around them than if they're playing a team away, right? So that's something that as a fan of any of these teams in the finals, message them, tag them, use the hashtag PMPL Arabia, and let them know that you have their back coming into day 2 and day 3 of the finals.
Look, I mean, as we say, it's going to be an epic second day. It's going to be an epic third day of the tournament. And keep in mind, still that $10,000 to grab Imperium for that first place, as well as those crucial MEA championship spots. And also, keep in mind, the PMGC Imperium, all of those points and terms, right? And getting through to the MEA championship, getting to the long haul at the end of the year, it comes one step at a time. MEA Championship is up first.
Yeah, of course. There's a lot up for grabs. Some is known, some is unknown. It's just up to teams to create as much of a destiny as they can coming into the end of the finals. I'm very, very excited.
Very exciting indeed. It'll be same time, same place. Yourself and Monica on the desk, as we said, tomorrow. We'll see you guys then. Don't go anywhere.